Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. All is set for the Emurua Dikir constituency by-election with ballot boxes and election materials already distributed to polling stations ahead of today's vote. The distribution exercise to 94 polling stations began at 2 p.m. yesterday from the tallying center at Emurua Dikir Technical Training Institute as election officials finalized preparation for the mini poll. 5 candidates are vying for the parliamentary seat left vacant following the death of former Member of Parliament Joanna Ngeno, who died in a plane crash in February this year.
Mwenye anakuja kama amejiandikisha, tunawaomba mkuje na ile document yenye ulitumia kujiregister. Kama ulitumia national ID card, ukuje nayo, original ID ukuje nayo. Kama ulitumia passport, ukuje.
Wajir Governor Hamid Abdullahi has called on leaders in Marsabit to remain calm and avoid politicizing the proposed Basir multi-agency police post. Abdullahi, who's also the COG chairman, said the boundaries between Wajir and neighboring counties have remained unchanged since 1963, adding that Basir was established in 1988. The new multi-agency center is aimed at combating human trafficking and drug smuggling from Ethiopia.
Basir did not sprout yesterday. Basir was created in 1988 as a location in the then Wajir West. And people have settled there since 1992. And they have lived there. And they have voted there. In fact, Basir sometimes has been a bit of a tension, that area of Basir, internally between Wajir North and Eldas. And then all of a sudden, people in Marsabit are breathing fire. Just because it's been decided that we need to set up a multi-agency center along the border to stop this narcotics business that's destroying our society.
Ghana says it will evacuate 300 of its citizens from South Africa following a recent wave of protest targeting foreign nationals. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Ablakwa said the Ghanaian president had approved the immediate evacuation of the affected citizens. The minister said the Ghanaians had registered at the country's embassy in Pretoria after the foreign ministry issued an advisory following the latest xenophobic attacks. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Indeed, it is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. I know MC Tonje anakuanga tayari hata before niangalie SMS zake. So karibu sana MC Tonje. Kuna Abdikadir kutoka kule Garissa. How you doing? I hope everything is fantastic on your end. And kuna msee amepotea siku hizi simuonangi. Forgetting his name, but I can visualize him and I can see the way you write your texts. I can't see you. I haven't seen you actually in about what? In a couple of days. Siti Muga. Habari ya asubuhi.
Sawa Paul, niko.
Uko fiti kabisa?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Hii nywele yako inaanza kukua black, si ndio?
No. It's exactly the same hair I've had. It's just the way I've combed it.
No, Siti. Your hair has started becoming blacker.
No.
Or you're losing gray hair.
No. It is how I brush it.
Siti, let me tell you, you're becoming younger.
Really?
Wallahi Siti. Hii nywele haikuwa hivi tukipatana. Hata iko hivi Januari.
You know you're short-sighted. Don't help. So God alone knows what you see.
Eh?
But take it from when I tell you it is how I comb my hair.
Yeah.
Because that is the truth. It's how I comb it.
Okay. Sawa.
Because easy makanta, there are all these hair straightening, vitamin providing.
Right.
I don't do those things.
So you don't apply anything on your hair?
No. I wash it periodically.
Yes.
But it's usually weke rangi, niweke dye, niweke nini.
Okay, unekanga kama mafuta hivi?
No.
Kavaseline hivi?
No.
Katonic, hair
No.
tonic? Apart from water and soap, that's it?
That's it.
Do you wash it on a daily?
No.
For real?
Well, why should I wash my hair daily?
You know, there's a time I had an afro, but I used to wash it daily. Why are you laughing? Because you don't believe I had an afro?
No, it's not that I don't believe. I just pictured you with an afro.
Yeah. Hata nilikuwa nashuka nywele. Kwa neka zile zinaitwa cornrows. You know cornrows, right? Zile lines, zile you just shuka ukienda from top to, from face to back, whatever.
Matuta.
So pia matuta nilikuwa nafanya.
Okay.
We are talking about 2024. That's when I had that very long hair. But I've also had long hair before that.
So ulikuwa Rastafari.
See, Rastafari ni ile unaweka tule una twist kama Winnie Maganga Kenya ameweka size. I think hiyo ni Rastafari.
Hiyo ni dread.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Wewe ulikuwa weki dread?
Mimi siekangi madredi.
Madredi, eh? Alright.
Yeah, mimi ni ule tu na meshanga nywele kidogo, ninafanya hiyo kitu, ninashuka nini na saa zingine na blow out hivi, naenda ushago na shtua watu wanaanza kuniangalia wanasema, kwani kijana kwani sasa hii Nairobi imemharibu kidogo, unaona nimeshuka nasema amekuwa mwanamke. You know, you just keep them busy, keep them talking. Wengine wanakuangalia kwani nimekuwa ngei. There's a time I posted that photo, a photo of mine rather.
With that head.
Kama nimeshuka nywele hivyo sasa nimeweka lines. We. Ushago iliwaka namna gani?
Your relatives.
My relatives were like, what on earth is going on? Because unajua watu wa ushago wanajua kama mwanamke peke yake ndiye anafaa kuwa number 1 na nywele refu, number 2 ndiye anafaa kufanya nini? Kushuka.
Mwanaume akifanya hiyo akongei.
Unless umeweka dreadlocks, unajua unakaa kama Bob Marley. Ukikaa kama Bob Marley hiyo hana shinda nayo. But the moment like kushuka, you've styled it. My friend umekuwa ngei. Unasikianga sasa kinjana ya mbuvi. Yeah, you know my dad is mbuvi. Kinjana ya mbuvi amekuwa ngei. Ni kama ameanza kuinamia wanaume. Alright, it is now 9 minutes past 6 o'clock. And all this while, they forget that I am a father. Watu lakini ushago atakanga nini? Anyway, it is
them responding to the 21st century.
Hapana. Vitu zingine ni ushamba bana.
Bro, kama ungekuwa umelelewa Kitui. And the first time ulikuja hapa Nairobi is when you were an adult.
Yeah.
You'd think exactly the same as those people.
You think so?
So, Mazewache, don't be harsh. They're responding to it. When they meet you and they talk with you, they realize, you're not gay.
They're just responding to stimuli.
Yeah.
Lakini mimi bado nitawaambia brothers and sisters kidogo mwache hii mambo ya kuanza kufikiria mtu just because akona different hairstyle amekuwa gay. Please mwachane na mimi. All right, so today is May 14th, and it is a landmark date globally. Most notably marking Israel's declaration of independence in 1948, and the historic Apollo missions in 1973. They started on a day like today, Also in 1796, yesterday we were talking about the Institute of Vaccines, right? Sorry. So we have the in 1796, smallpox vaccine was developed by physician Edward Jenner. Yes. So English physician Edward Jenner administered the world's first successful smallpox vaccine to a young boy, James Phipps, using cowpox matter. Yeah. So smallpox vaccine in 1796. Hata walikuwa wanajua kutengeneza vitu kama vaccines,
They have since improved on A, the technology, and B, on the very product that they set out to produce.
Yeah. And then in 1948, independence of Israel. Hours before the British mandate expired, the state of Israel was officially established. Yeah. So David Ben Gurion declared independence in Tel Aviv, leading to immediate recognition by the United States.
Ni kama alikuwa anangojea.
Ilikuwa zile wanangoja kudaka.
Okay. Wajua, every time one talks about the problems in the Middle East specifically, in the areas of Israeli occupation,
yes,
people don't mention the British or the French. Wajua, let hizo shida. Yes.
Okay.
If you go back to the Balfour Declaration and all the other declarations, and if you talk about the terrorist war that the Jews who were welcomed in that region started waging against the natives, bro, terrorism walianza wao.
How ndio walikuwa the first terrorists?
Yes, they were. They were. Okay.
Something else also that happened on this day, 1955, Warsaw Pact was signed. This is the communist bloc countries, including the Soviet Union, Albania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Czechoslovakia, signed the Warsaw Pact Treaty in Poland, forming a mutual defense organization. So this is similar to what America and most of Europe has in terms of NATO. Or it was a counter.
Yes, it was.
Lakini hii dunia iko na shida. You see your neighbor organizing, then you also organize.
Dunia haina shida, bro.
Bro, hiyo ni shida.
Binadamu ndio wako na shida.
Oh, sorry. Shida ni matamshi Aya, so binadamu wako na shida.
Na wale wenzetu ambao wanatoka nchi hizo tunaziita za Uingereza, zao ni za kipekee.
Yeah.
Waanza kuingilia maneno ya watu na kujionyesha kwamba wao ndio wajuaji kushinda watu wengine. And I mean sio wale wanaojua, wajuaji kushinda wengine. Wako mstari wa mbele.
If I remember my GHC very well, tulikuwa tunaambia vitu kama ati in Africa, some of the things that we used to do back in the day before colonialism, we used to, raid our neighbors for their cows, their wives, slaves, and so on and so forth, right? Then fast forward to now 2026. I do not know of an African country that has invaded the other.
No, it wasn't. We were not countries in the same form and shape.
We were nations.
We were nations, and they were communities who particularly encouraged slavery, because all these slaves that went across the Atlantic, the people who were trading them didn't go into the hinterland. Somebody brought them from the hinterland.
For sure.
And those people were people who were already accustomed to taking slaves. The reason why...
Akina Chief Kivoi.
No, Tipu Tip is the one whose name is mentioned. Kivoi's name is not mentioned.
All right.
Not to that particular activity. So these people understood there was money to be made or benefit to be gained.
Yeah.
They then increased the tempo. Before then, it was like a garden variety sport.
Yeah.
This thing of kunyang'anyana ng'ombe na nini? It was a rite of passage.
Yeah, na haikuanga serious. Ndio nasema
it was a rite of passage.
Ndio ninasema if I compare to the stories we know of Europe, for example, the Vikings, the Anglo-Saxons, and all the other people who kept on, raiding each other and killing each other, waging wars and taking over kingdoms. Like someone declared themselves king of this land and the entire world. Look at, for example, the Roman Empire. That thing stretched from one end of the hemisphere to the other. But in Africa,
the Romans were deliberate.
But when I compare that to Africans wa kitambo, and then I come back now to 2026, it's not like, you see the way Russia bombed Ukraine, the way Israel and the US have been bombing Iran. Now, of course, Iran retaliating and hitting everyone, including Saudi Arabia and God knows who else. Uko Lebanon, wanatupa tu makombora, wanasema everyone be damned, we all die, kufa makanga, kufa dereva, kufa abiria. Sisi Africans, umesikia Rwanda ikisema wata-attack Burundi. Umesikia Kenya ikisema ita-attack Uganda, apart from Uganda, once in a while, I think, uko...
Uganda, they had a president called Idi Amin. Yes, who made certain utterances.
But he never actualized them.
No.
Yes, because even him, I am sure, he sat down and asked himself, and he said, okay, if I try and come towards these guys, they will decimate me. All right? And so on and so on. So we can look at South Africa. Ujasikia kitaka kuingia Zimbabwe kitaka kuingia.
We did go into Somalia, but we were chasing
Al-Shabaab.
Ndio hiyo.
We were not invading a country to take over their government. Sijui kidnap their president. Sijui assimilate them and now we say Somalia is now Kenya.
Sisi hatuna hizo tabia.
Bas. So nilikuwa nasema yani najaribu kusema wa Afrika tuko na tabia nzuri kuliko wenzetu kule in other continents. Hata Latin America by the way. Sijasikia Brazil siku moja imesema wataingia Peru na wamalize.
Sisi watu ambao tunaishi in the temperate these areas where the temperatures are what they are.
Hatutamia vita.
No, our whole disposition, we tend to be temperate also.
Yes.
in attitude. Wale jamaa ambao wanaishi kwa baridi.
Yeah. Wanakanga hivi wanasema how do we create heat guys? Bro. Let's attack Norway. Wanaingia huko wanamaliza watu.
Look at the Mongolian Empire. They also had an empire. Wanakuwa na
akina Genghis Khan.
Wanakuwa na winter.
Yeah.
Kali.
Yes.
You know, the human need to lord it over others.
Yes.
Is something that is, in my opinion, quite normal.
Okay.
But the Europeans took it to a different level because they didn't just invade or they didn't just seek to get somebody else's land. These people went about creating weapons of war. And they kept graduating them until we got to weapons of mass destruction.
Yes.
And they're still creating others, just so that you know.
They started with stones, the catapult, you know, then they went to bows and arrows, and they saw this is not enough. They
swords.
They did the swords, hand-to-hand combat, wakaona, hii tunakufa sana. Then they created the gun.
Wakaona hii gun, as you call it, tushingeo hii.
Dushingeo si enough. Waka create revolver, waka create sasa machine gun. Kidogo wakaanza kucreate, wakaona hii gunpowder inaweza kuwa grenade. Unarusha hivi na watu 100.
Wakaona sasa tumeanza kufika hapo.
Yeah. And then here we are.
You see the Chinese, wao ndio hii gunpowder, wao ndio waanzilishwa hii mambo. Okay? Ingawaje Alfred Nobel ndio aligundua vile kutengeneza dynamite na hiyo kitu.
Ndio.
But the Chinese did not go about doing what our friends in Europe started doing with it.
Africans were still using our bows and arrows and catapults.
We take it a step further. We even curse you.
Tunakuroga sasa tukiona tuwezani na wewe.
Tunakuwekea remote.
Badala tukukatekate.
Tunakuwekea remote.
Yeah, we just send a new kit towards you and they deal with you. All right. Sisi tupatie methali yetu ya Sudan.
Right. Sisi iko inchi ya the Sudan. Sudan.
Sudan wanasemaje?
A dog cannot carry its puppies on its back.
Roof. A dog cannot carry its puppies on its back.
Ama we kama unaweza sema tukusikie.
Na ni ukweli. A dog cannot carry its puppies on its back because number one, they do not have an opposing thumb like primates.
No.
So awana number one. But number two, dogs were not created to live like that.
Yes. Because primates wengine wana miguu mbili. Dog iko na miguu 4. You know, Proverbs by their very nature simplify very complex things.
Yeah.
In the way it encapsulates an idea or a thought in a sentence or two.
Yeah.
Yes. The profundity of the meaning there, of course, is now where the sweetness, if I may use the term,
yes,
or where the joy is derived in figuring out what it is they meant and in applying the meaning to real life situations.
Dogs will do what dogs do, the same way men will do what men do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we cannot compare dogs to any other animals because they're not those other animals.
Wako ikutofa uti.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the same way calves are born and they walk immediately. And so are kids, wale wa mbuzi.
Binadamu miezi mingi.
Bwana, by the time hata asimame tu
miezi mingi. Then aanze ujuaji wake.
Sasa si ndio hiyo. Haya, asante sana City. Wewe ni nani? Wewe ni ule msee. Ndio maana after this tutakubaia kahawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Mbowe.
Karibu sana.
Mimi nashukuru sana.
Let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke. What is happening there? Let me tell you. State House protests 4 billion shillings budget cut and warns of stalled operations. Wait, am I reading this right? State House protests 4 billion shillings budget cut and warns of stalled operations. Which operations are these that happen in State House?
If indeed what you are reading has happened, we will be told what these operations are which are being hampered. Yeah, and what it is that needed that 4 billion in the first place.
So State House has raised concerns over proposed 4 billion reduction in its budget for this coming financial year, warning that the cuts could interfere with operations, affect planned programs and slow down service delivery despite an increase in the overall national budget. State House Comptroller Kato Olemetito told the National Assembly Committee on National Administration and Internal Security that the institution was struggling to understand why its allocation had been reduced by 4 billion while the country's overall budget had gone up. According to Treasury estimates, State House has been allocated 13 billion for the next financial year, down from the current 17 billion. This comes even as This comes even as the national budget rises from 4.3 trillion to 4.8 trillion. Sasa, okay, Metito warned lawmakers that the reduction allocation would make it difficult for State House to fully implement its programs and meet expected targets. Which targets are these? What exactly happens at State House? I know a lot happens at State House. I know it is, the seat of power, the throne of Kenya. But what exactly happens at State House that makes them need 17 billion? Forget even 17, 13 billion. What exactly is it that they're doing with 13 billion? Is this money the same money that is used to pay salaries for everyone who's at State House, including the president? No? Their salaries are count on 13 billion.
The government worker employees, they're paid the way everybody else is paid.
For real?
For real.
Mshahara ya president kutoka wapi? Like
inatoka mahali mshahara MP na kila mtu inatokaga. He's paid by the state.
I know they're paid by the state, I know. But I'm asking, like, you see, when someone receives salary, it comes from their employer. So for example, Radio Generation, unaona kama ni bank transfer, unaona Radio Generation has transferred 5,000 to your account. Unajua ni mshahara wako imeingia kutoka.
Let's simplify it.
Yes.
There is an office called the Office of the President.
Yes.
Na kuna watu wanafanya kazi hapo.
Aha.
Au tunalipwa nani?
Si serikali.
Wanalipwa vipi?
Ndio nataka kujua. Mimi sije kwa civil servant city.
Kuna ile public service.
Yes. Ile committee, yeah.
Ile kuna jamaa anasimamia na nafikiri ndio
Felix Koske, yes.
Sasa all they do wana manage maslahi ya watu wote ambao wanafanya kazi na gava.
Okay.
So mshahara
kama so pay slip your president pale juu inakuwa imeandikwa government of Kenya, yes, ama inakuwa imeandikwa public service commission, ama inakuwa imeandikwa Central Bank of Kenya.
No.
I'm just curious.
Okay. I'm not giving you a good example, so let me try again.
Yes.
Kenya Medical Research Institute.
Yes.
Is part of the Ministry of Health.
Yes.
The salary comes through KEMRI. It's not written Ministry of Health. It has a KEMRI pay slip.
Okay. With the KEMRI logo, whatever.
The pay slip is KEMRI.
Okay.
So it distinguishes the department unafanyia kazi. So you know. Okay. But ni gava.
Najua ni gava. Sasa so ya president nakuja imeandikwa Office of the President.
Yes.
Okay. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nauliza sasa city na umenijibu.
I realize yes, because the president actually ought to be functioning from Harambee House.
Yes. Aya.
Na ofisi yake.
Na ya Professor Kindiki inatoka wapi? Office of the Vice President of the Deputy President.
We have a presidency.
Oh, so hiyo yote ni Office of the President.
Yes.
Okay. Na ya CS za kina Murkomen yao inatoka sasa kwa ministry kama yake ni Interior, Minister of Interior mshahara.
Ndio unaona anatoka.
So Muga huyu minister wa maji yake anatoka Ministry of Water.
Yes, kwa sababu payslip yako itaonyesha yote.
Okay. All right, I get it. So in case the president does a shuffling on 29th of the month, so will you get your salary from the previous
mali ulikuwa unafanyia kazi?
But sasa ya next month ni mali huko sasa.
But cover.
Na akifanya reshuffle on 15th
that month mali kazi imekupata kama uko hapo itatoka hapo.
Aya, thank you.
Ukienda mali pengine itaonyesha.
Kuna watu wanafanya kazi State House. Sasa mishahara yao kama nani, what's the name of this gentleman?
Nani?
Chipukizi.
Okay.
Comedian stroke I'm not sure what else he does, but he was given, kuna cheo alipatiwa juzi, nda confirm mshahara yake inatoka State House, inatoka Office of the Presidency. I mean inatoka,
who has employed him?
The president appointed him something.
Appointed him. Where is he nestled? Which state office is he nestled in?
I'm not sure whether it's State House,
whether it's
it's Office of the President.
No,
but what I want,
also the president, it could be Ministry of Culture. So Ministry you might recall.
Yeah, okay. But okay, there's a sweeper who sweeps State House,
so
a cleaner who cleans there,
a government employee,
and a chef. Yeah, I know. So like the chef, for example, who cooks for State House, so mshahara yake inatoka from State House.
Hakuna mshahara inatoka State House. It is paid through.
So hii 13 billion city inaenda wapi?
Shughuli. Hujasoma hiyo kitu.
Shughuli gani?
Si hizi harakati za hapa na pale.
So when the president, okay, for it, in a financial year,
this thing is bothering, isn't it?
It is, because city 13 billion on a serious note. What on earth, if it is not paying their salary? So we can remove the very, very many millions that are supposed to be paid in terms of salaries from this money.
The Ruto presidency, it was clear he was going to run the country from State House, not from Harambee House.
And it is okay.
No, it is not, because that is where the heart of the problem is.
The reason I'm saying it,
if he was running it from Harambee House, this discussion would be very different, because there are structures within Harambee House that guarantees what, how, etc. wanalipwa. The moment Harambee House is moved to State House, then there is the confusion we now have.
Moyo alikuwa anafanya kazi Harambee House ama State House?
Harambee House.
Alikuwa anaoperate kutoka huko.
Harambee House.
Sawa.
Lucky, Harambee House.
For real?
Yes.
Uhuru?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'd like to understand this. Can we invite Metito? If you can get Metito, akuja tuambie tu, okay guys.
Atakwambia.
Akuja niambia guys.
Atakwambia this bro.
Yeah. Aniambia this 13 billion.
What we need to do is look at the Auditor General's report.
I think okay, thank you.
The Auditor General's report,
yes,
will break down some of these things for you. But on the other hand, if you look at central bank reports and you look at the Ministry of Finance reports on monies and how it is that they're divvied out.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They tend to itemize what the monies are intended for.
But do you know who else we can get who can actually give us an idea of what State House budgets actually do? Whether it's 13 billion or 1 billion. We can get Kanzedena. Si alikuwa anafanya kazi in the previous administration.
No, she would not be privy to
wacha
those
nikwambie. Maybe atatuambia State House. Si alikuwa anashinda State House na Uhuru.
Bro, she will not be privy to these things. That
why?
Rocket yake.
Ndio nakwambia, maybe atatuambia wasi, unaona 13 billion. Okay, see 13 billion.
The person who can answer that question for you is somebody who deals with finances at the Ministry of Finance. Kuna watu wanajua hizo vitu. Wow. They're the ones who ensure hii pesa imetoka hapa ikienda hapa, imetoka hapa ikienda hapa.
But siti uoni anaweza kutupatia tu idea. Atomi, for example, State House kuna hizi vitu zofanyika, hiyo pesa inaweza kuwa ikienda hapo. She might not necessarily break down and tell us, you see 1 billion will do this, 2.8 billion will do this, 3.5 billion will, no. Anawambia State House inakuanga busy sana wase, hosting all those dignitaries over there. For example, during Uhuru's time, on average in a month, would host 5 presidents or 25 prime ministers or 17 parties. It was, sherehe inshallah every other day. Fatuambia hapo ndio 13 billion inaweza kuikienda.
Yeah. 13 billion is a lot of money, chief.
Because tunajua President Ruto si msee wa mvinyo. Juu unajua mvinyo sasa zingine chukanga do mingi. Mimi najua Jumi ufanyanga mabash. So, we need someone to come and tell us why State House needs 13 billion, 17 billion and every other billion that they're mentioning over here. Why voters risk shillings 1 million fine for taking ballot photos? Wait, what? The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has warned voters against taking photographs of recording videos inside polling booths during the upcoming by-elections, saying offenders risk heavy penalties, including fines and imprisonment.
Okay. Sehemu gani ya constitution nasema hiyo?
Now, in a public notice issued ahead of the mini polls, the commission stressed that the secrecy of the ballot must be safeguarded at all times.
What it means is confidentiality of the ballot, not secrecy.
He said it must be safeguarded at all times to protect the integrity of the electoral process. Do not take photos or record videos in the polling booth. The secrecy and sanctity of the vote must be preserved at all times. Well, you've raised a very good question. Ukauliza which part of the constitution? Well, amesema section 73E of the Election Offences Act states that a person attending any proceedings related to an election who, without lawful excuse, captures an image of any marked ballot for purposes of financial gain or for showing allegiance commits an offense, the commission said. So I can take photos of the polling station. If it's the classroom I'm voting in, I can take photos and say, this is one of the IBC, workers, returning officer. This is the police officer manning this station. So, guys, we are safe, we're good. But I have not taken a photo of the ballot. I have not taken a photo of the ballot box, for example, of which I think I can take the photo of the ballot box, right? Because I have not.
Why do you want to photograph a ballot box?
For whatever reason. I have a right. I have a very smart, very, very smart phone. And the phone has a very good camera.
And the phone inaitisha upige simu.
I just want to the same way I take photos of food. The same way the same way I take photos of dogs. Yeah. I might just want to show that my phone has a very strong, good camera that is very powerful.
You do. My number is active even at night, because when you take a picture with that ballot box and they arrest you, feel free to call me.
Okay. Let's look at Mombasa town. Mombasa inakaa hivi. Mombasa ina shida yote leo asubuhi. Naangalia huku sehemu za hapa ni wapi? Pandia Memorial Hospital huko kote wa barabara iko fiti. Actually, this road that is A14 is grey. Not even a tuk-tuk is on that road. Not even a single motorbike. Kwani kuna giza? Kuna giza. Mbona watu hawajaamka bana? Moi Avenue kuna kakovyema huko Mombasa, Nkuruma Road, Old Town Mombasa Road, Mombasa rather, Old Town iko sawa. Kule sehemu inajulikana kama Kinyozi, hiyo pia iko fiti. Moi Avenue nimewaambia hiyo barabara yote iko nywe. The only place naona green na hata si green ni nyasi ni huku Machakos Street. There's a Machakos Street in Mombasa. Haya, Mijikenda Street pia iko shwari kabisa. Langoni kule kuko sawa, Abdel Nasser Road kuko sawa, Kisauni, kule sehemu za Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, Narok Road, Ibrahim kuko sawa. Mombasa kuna trafiki wakati huu. Tomboya Road naona pia iko sawa. Motwafi Road huko kote kuko sawa. Nikitoka katika kisiwa hicho niingie kwenye bara la Afrika, Bombolulu kule naona mko sawa kabisa. Ukielekea sehemu za Wild Waters huko ndio sana naona kuna at least magari, sababu barabara hiyo ni ya kijani kibichi. Lakini ukielekea kule Nyali Beach, South Point huko kote kuko sawa. Hamna shida yote. Mombasa ni kama yani traffic tuseme iko tu sawa.
Traffic si shida.
Msongamano wa magari haupo. Nikiangalia kule Bilima Playground, Kengeleni, Kejani kule mko sawa. Lakini sasa tukija mahali ambapo panajulikana kama Nairobi, kule astaghfirullah. Wacha nikwambie, Embakasi, barabara hiyo ambayo inatoka huku ni Embakasi. Sasa hii barabara inatoka Maradaima. This is Airport North Road. Airport North Road is not looking bad, but a few pockets of red and yellow, so that means that traffic is moving, but at some point it won't move. I'm probably looking at a combined 10-minute delay maximum. Yeah.
When you mention Embakasi,
right,
I'm reminded of a time gone by when it was the JKIA in its time.
Yes, it was the JKIA.
And ilikuwa before it was given to the military. Airport yetu ilikuwa ni Embakasi. Kuna band ilikuwa inaitwa Mangelepa. Wakakuja wakaimba
na kubanga bilute.
Wakasema Embakasi anakuja. Alikuwa anaimbia kazini ya Edna, anaitwa Mora. Alikuwa anampenda yule Mora. Bwana walimba wale baba walimba na alisema Embakasi anakuja.
Embakasi anakuja.
Yes.
Aya, sasa tuangalie Thika Super Highway from Garden City, Garden City when you're heading all the way to Pangani. Man, that place is looking ugly. That traffic is cray. But the rest is looking good. Ngong Road pia haina shida yoyote. Tukiangalia Southern Bypass huko mko fiti. Langata Road ukitoka sehemu za Karen Hospital went all the way to Galleria Mall is not looking bad, and so on and so forth. And Ngong Road pia. Ukiona chochote barabarani tunafaa kujua, well, you know where to find us on Radio Generation KE across all social spaces.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right. Mbona walichagua hii picha ya Rigathi Gachagua Daily Nation? What's not happening?
Well, Kwani, it doesn't look like him.
Why this specific one? Showdown is what they're saying.
Right.
Ruto Gachagua parties clash in Emurua Dikir. Yeah, David Keter, the three-time opponent of Ngeno, won UDA's nomination narrowly, polling 13,749 against his challenger 13,394.
That's close.
Very close. Vincent Rotich, on the other hand, DCP handed the former MCA a direct ticket, hoping to win a second seat in Narok County after recent Narok Town ward seat victory. All right, so 44,457. This is the number of registered voters in the constituency who are eligible to elect their next representative in the National Assembly.
Right.
Head to head, they are calling it. The United Democratic Alliance has won 5 of the 8 recent parliamentary by-elections, the other 3 being secured by ODM, its broad-based government partner. But the bid by President William Ruto's party to recapture the Emurua Dikir constituency seat in today's by-election faces the fiercest competition yet from the Democracy for Citizens party of his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua, who will prevail in this battle of the titans, is what they're asking. This is on page 4 and 5. Wewe niambie Siti Muga.
Hebu wewe niulize.
DCP kikamata ikiti ya Emurua Dikir. That will speak volumes, right?
No.
It will?
No.
Siti kubalingi vitu zingine ukisikia.
All right, Paul Mbuvi, nimekubali.
Yeah, thank
it will
you.
create waves.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it until saliva dries in our mouths.
Yes.
And we will wonder what happened. Yes.
So 5 candidates are vying for the seat with PNU. What? Hii party bado inakuanga?
PNU?
People's National Union.
Right.
MVP ni nani?
How am I supposed to know those things?
National Viva Party, maybe, I don't know. And
or National Volume Party.
Ama National Vindu Vichenjanga Party.
Or National Victory Party.
Victory is a good one. Watatuambia MVP ni gani?
Na maana wakishindwa wabadilishe jina hiyo chama.
Lakini mbona wanataka karibu pesa? Or unajua nasikianga saa zingine mtu anaweza sponsor hizi party ndogo ndio ziharibu tu vote.
Paul, let me ask you something, Paul. Have you ever stood for any elective post in school, primary, secondary? Have you ever?
Yeah.
Is
I
it that
did.
people pushed you to or you wanted to?
I wanted to.
Right.
Yes.
Why did you want to?
Because man, I'm a person who likes to do things because
you like to do things.
Yeah, because I want to say that, one time I was, Sonu chairman or one time I was Kusa president. I usually like natakangani kuko na kitu kwa sitaita bucket list, but natakangani kuko siku moja mtu akisema ati unajua wakati nimwambia hata mimi nilikuwa
brother
mtu akisema that time I was in the US, even mimi nilikuwa US, na kuangana hizo vitu.
There are people who get not a motion but a calling, and they are driven to seek offices.
Yes.
And they are political offices. The moment there's an election, it is a political office. You may call it a religious office, but it's political. Now, those who have a need to vie because they feel they can do whatever it is people do after they've been elected, that pull is strong. And once they're convicted, you cannot tell them not to.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, of course, but of course, the of course bit is that they won't listen to you.
Okay. Mi nilivai, then sile tunakaribia elections nikasema ikanihiti kazi ni demanding. because it would really need a lot of my time, and that would mean that I will not do some of the things that I liked doing in campus. I'll become a different person. So I said, I was there. Hiyo wakati wa popo. Hiyo ndio wakati nilivai. Did Nyoro, the MP for Kihara, when he invited, because he ended up being the secretary.
Nyoro, the place is not called Kihara.
Kiharu, sorry. Kiharu, yes. Sorry. Did alikuanga, was he organizing secretary? Yeah, anyway, he was one of the very many secretaries in campus. So that year that he vied, I also vied. Then it hit me and I was like, apana, but I'll be very busy. So I actually pulled out of the race. Ruto Gachagua parties clash in Morodiki, ndio tumewambia. Oh, there's another party called RLP also fielding candidates. Where? So kuna hapa kwa front page bado anasema SHA report shows what is ailing Kenyans. More than 1 in every 5 claims filed with the Social Health Authority by hospitals across the country is for a respiratory condition. Kenyans are seeking treatment mostly for coughs, stomach problems and fever. But chronic diseases take the largest share of spending despite fewer claims. Is it because maybe they are expensive? In matters of education, 30,000 teachers set for promotions. The Teachers Service Commission says an extra allocation of 2 billion by Treasury will facilitate the promotions once Parliament approves the budget. Hiyo utaipata ukurasa wa 10 wa Daily Nation. Ruto's mystery calls. Here, common thread is what they're calling it. President William Ruto's name was yesterday drawn into 2 separate but unsettling narratives where doctors and political power intersected through phone calls that ended in controversy and loss. In the matters involving the late Dr. Job Obwaka, the late Dr. Job Obwaka and cardiologist Dr. Daniel Yekonyo, there were claims of direct or indirect presidential contact during moments of intense political pressure, raising questions about undue influence. Though unrelated in outcome, the accounts converge on a troubling pattern of power reaching into medical and custodial spaces with consequences that are still being debated. So here they are saying, so the widow of the late Dr. Job Obwaka, that is Everos Chemutai, alisema hivi, things changed along the way and they called the office of the president and he was ordered to withdraw a case in court he had filed. Kiangai. And then Dr. Daniel Yekonyo, who's a cardiologist, alisema hivi, I must be honest enough to specify that I did receive a call from our president asking about the status of the patient, that is Rigathi Gachagua, and I responded accordingly. Where? Sawa City. Over to you.
Over to me. Let us look at the Business Daily. State to buy stake in Aliko Dangote fronted oil refinery. Kenya will buy a stake in the planned 650,000 barrel a day oil refinery fronted by Africa's richest industrialist Aliko Dangote. I'm surprised how Jaimba song for this man. Kenya beats Nigeria in list of fastest growing companies in Africa. Really? Kenya has overtaken Nigeria in the list of countries with the fastest growing companies in Africa in the ranking that places South Africa at the top. This one would need details, and once we know this helps us how? Or it's just information, it's not supposed to help us.
Well, I mean, now you know. When you're somewhere having nyama choma with friends and all, but unajua Kenya imepita nini kwa kununua
ndio bwana
makampuni bana zina pauku zinafunguka bro.
All right.
Tuko mbele ya Nigeria bro.
So we say East Africa's richest man, since we're talking about rich people,
yes,
takes on Coca-Cola with 6.5 billion Kenyan plant. What does this mean? The gentleman, the METL Group CEO Mohammed Dewji, and it is not Devji, so don't think I'm having a moment.
No,
it is Dewji.
Yeah, but it is written as Devji.
No, it's written as Dewji.
Okay.
Ni ndio jina yake bro. This is why I'm mentioning, so that wewe usimeanza kumkuita Devji.
Ni saa city.
Okay. Tanzania conglomerate METL company is planning a 6.5, that's a 50 billions, like 50 million US dollars soft drink plant in Mombasa, setting up a rare regional challenge to Coca-Cola and Pepsi in Kenya's highly concentrated beverage market. Construction of the multi-billion shilling plant is expected to start within the next year and marks the company's first major investment in Kenya as Tanzanian investors flock to the neighboring country in expansion bids. Yani, we keep saying that businesses going to Tanzania. Tanzanians are coming to do business in Kenya.
Yeah. I mean, they see opportunity. Yeah, we see opportunity there. Well, we continue.
It is actually an extremely good thing. But this has been tried before.
Yeah.
We do have soft drink companies in Kenya. There's one in Mombasa called Bawazir. They make fruit juice in soft drink. Okay?
Yes.
The gentleman called, his name I think was Kuguru. He used to make
Kibuku. He used to make Kibuku.
Bro, you had to go there, Sindio. Beyond Kibuku,
yes,
which is an alcoholic beverage. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They also used to manufacture some soft drinks.
Yeah.
Okay? Then in Mombasa, there's a company that manufactures, there's a soft drink. I'm trying to remember its name. Small bottle.
Softer?
No, softer is...
ilikuwa ya Kibuku.
Yeah, ilikuwa ya Kibuku. I'll remember the name, I'll tell you. It's a lovely drink. Small bottle.
Yeah.
Nice, very tasty.
Okay.
But
is it currently being sold?
I don't know, man. You know, nitoka Mombasa kitambo.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway, this is me reminiscing. He wants to set up a soft drink plant. Full stop.
Okay.
Niendelee. Treasury.
Anajua the biggest competitor atamfanyia nini? Sita mention, but kuna yule jamaa anauzanga, yule ndio mkubwa wa kuuza soft drinks huku Kenya. Na anauza internationally. Ananunuanga hizo kampuni na anazifunga. But endelea.
Tutaona sio. All right. Treasury hits M-Pesa. Pesapal. Wait for it. With 16% VAT.
How much was it before?
There's a finance bill that has been proposed on payment platforms. Experts believe duty will increase user fees. The Treasury is seeking to impose a 16% value-added tax on Kenya's 42 payment platforms such as Pesapal, KenSwitch, Airtel Money, M-Pesa, which could trigger an increase in the user fees for money transfer services. A Treasury official said that the fees earned by the owners on platforms would attract VAT. What are you talking about? Urging that the tax will not apply to consumers' mobile transfer services. Ha! Don't believe this. I don't believe.
Why don't you believe it?
Because they're saying that if we transact on a daily basis, they won't charge us. We already charged for every transaction. Yeah,
that is why there is, I believe, like when you're sending more than 100 bob, it's about 7 shillings.
Yeah, they tell you how much they charge.
Yeah.
It's known. I am saying that until I see the details of this bill, everything I'm reading here, I don't believe. It's a proposal. If a government is cash-strapped and trying to raise money, and should we say platforms where money is transferred in exchanges hands, if the turnover is higher than that of banks, it will be a target. Yes.
You remember
not even indirect.
Yeah. Directly. Like, let's come there. Unachiki nani tulikuwa pa ule jamaa, I'm forgetting his name. Waithaka.
Yes.
Waithaka came and told us that some of the monies that we lose, we waste, let me call it waste, we don't lose it, we waste is through these transaction fees. He was saying it's easier it's better to transact in cash as opposed to having to, every time you're sending money to, like a mobile money wallet, you end up paying X amount of money.
Okay, I want to send money to my cousin who is somewhere.
Hiyo sasa unaweza tuma, because kama ako Emurua Dikir na uko hapa, unachiki sasa hapo, there is no way you'll take a matatu, spend 1,500 shillings just to deliver 1,000. Right? So that it can make sense if you just...
What he said made sense.
Yes.
I am in agreement with you.
But sasa gava iki-increase easy taxes wanasema hapo hiyo ya VAT, I don't know how exactly they will do it, because I know eventually that charge will be transferred to the consumer, and the consumer is you and I. and that is going to be pretty expensive.
Let me read something that is a quotation attributed to the Director General of Budget at the Treasury. The person who supplies ICT to enable payments, including pay bills or tills, is the one subject to VAT.
Okay.
Sikia? So nyinyi msijali or tunajali because this person is going to pass on that cost.
He will just transfer that cost.
Yes.
Eh.
Yes. So that's what I was telling you, kitu anasema hapa. Ai hapana.
The same way mafuta ninapandanga bei lakini nyanya itapanda.
Yes, na matatu pia wataongeza everything. Because
watasema look, that extra 14 shillings ndio tulikuwa tunapata kama faida.
Yes.
Mumekula faida yetu. So lazima tutafute
mahali pengine. In the Star newspaper, hospital records during Gachagwa's impeachment drawn into court case. Okay. Education. This one is alarming and disturbing. Boys fall behind in literacy as refugee children face exclusion. Bwana, hii kitu si mzuri. Keep partisan politics out of Justice Njoki ICC bid. Justice Njoki Ndungu anataka kuwa ajoin ile bench.
Hata wakati wa Africa Forward Summit, President Ruto alitembea naye akamintroduce to some of the dignitaries wenye walikuanga pale katika akawaambia tafadhali pigia kura. Kenya imepresent Justice Njoki. Yes. She's Justice of the Supreme Court. So kindly,
we wanted to be Justice of the ICC.
When the time comes,
s'il vous plaît.
Yes. When the time comes, please consider.
Okay.
Yes.
By in the middle of the paper, MPs question why IBC keeps buying costly poll gadgets. Sorry, MPs, we beat you to this. We've been asking this question for a very long time.
We started last year when we found out that hizo vitu zote tupwa tunabai zingine mpya.
Kwani nini hizi?
What do you mean zote tupwa? Ati zingine tuna donate, we donated some to Burundi. Like guys, wait a minute. If
every 5 years.
If Burundi can use them, we can use them.
Yes.
Why are we giving them and then us we need new ones? Kwani elections zao
na saba lazima iwe Germany. Mbona haiwezi kuwa Kenya? Right. So the MPs are playing catch up. MPs continue playing catch up.
Yeah. Welcome to the conversation.
Iteni Oswago awaeleze hiki vitu kwa makini kama mkitaka kujua.
No, Oswago hata wadanganya. Oswago atuambia venye India does this and it
works.
You know, he told us that India has only three IBC. Let me call them IBC.
IBC officials.
3 commissioners.
Yes.
Akasema kuna the chairman, his vice, and I think a secretary.
Kwesa.
Nivyo. Na akasema huyu vice anajua yeye ndio the next chairman.
Yes.
Huyu secretary anajua yeye ndio the next vice.
Yes.
So every other time they only need to find one person.
New person to fill in.
Just one.
Yes.
Not 7 commissioners, just one. So they will not need, how much money did they need for vehicles? 168 million. So they won't need 168 million shillings for cars. All right? Because number one, even India manufactures their own vehicles. They have Tata, they have Mahindra. So I'm sure they get some very good subsidies as far as vehicles for the officials are concerned.
Bwana, kama jamaa wajui kuna gari inaitwa V8, hiyo ni shauri yao.
Mahindra wako namba V8 ni Buddha. Ndakushow hizo gari zao. But that's besides the point. He also told us that in a country of 1.3, I think it's even 1.4 billion now. A country of 1.4 billion, they are able to do their elections very well.
They are the ones who have manufactured that system. Ni wao.
Yes.
To suit their purposes. So we bring them here so that they can help us fix ours. But no, we must buy.
No, we just bring Sanjay. Sanjay will come and tell us, look guys, here there's a problem. First of all, 7 commissioners. Why? Get rid of them. Number 2, you have all these polling stations and then they will tell us the software you're using is fake. Why do you have to send photos all the way to Nairobi so that you can be told who's the winner? Aratuambia, we do this in 7 days and we are done. We are wasting time and money.
Well, every time, like now, they're speaking and talking and speaking and talking. Words. Promises. We will deliver.
Yeah.
We will deliver. Hey, the things we citizens pay for in this country.
Yes.
Chief. Hey.
There are many. Yeah. Acha nisalimie wawili watatu before we get into that thing we call news. Louis Rudasingwa amesema good morning CT.
Good morning.
Danson Kenywa amesema good morning fellow patriots. Well,
good morning fellow patriot.
Biwot Boaz amesema good morning AG family, I'm tuned in. Perceptronium amesema I heard we gotta spend 94 billion per year for 6 years. Was it 94 billion? No, tuliambiwa President Ruto ametumia 88 billion in a period of 3 years as compared to 90 billion for President Uhuru's entire 10 years.
10 years, that's the point.
But unataka kuniambia inflation inaweza kuwa imeenda juu that much to the point whereby we need to spend all this money.
Inflation, the allocation to state house has increased.
I know it has increased.
Really, siati ina complication kubwa vile.
Ime increase maybe kwa sababu walikuwa wanakunywanga chai ya 10 bob, sasa hiyo chai ni 20 bob. Unacheki? Like you know those sachets.
When was the last time you went to a government office, Paul?
It's been a while. Why?
They actually offer you tea even today. Yes.
The time I went to Shah na sikupatiwa kitu. Ama you see government office?
It is a government office, but maybe it's one of those government offices where they don't offer people tea.
Yeah. I was doing my research at KBC. I wasn't offered tea by anyone.
KBC is broke.
I actually bought my own tea at the KBC canteen.
Okay. Let me repeat it again. KBC is broke.
I went to I didn't go anywhere else.
I have been to government offices where I was offered a tea.
Okay. Maybe they offered you because you are CT Muga. You realize maybe if Edna went there, she wouldn't be offered nothing. Zilch. Zero.
She anasema naitwa CT Muga.
Sawa. Perceptronium amesema hivyo, and then we've got Danton anasema hiyo pesa ni ya barabara operations. Wizi bila break. Haya. Dennis Nyariki amesema tuned from Kino. Him is tuning from Kino. He's saying the frequency on 88.8 has a lot of hiccups. Okay, thank you for that. Wacha tuongee na technician watuambie. Kwanza kuna jamaa anaitwa Husam ndio anakuanga mnoma hapa hivi. Ukimwambia shida kama hiyo anaisotingia haraka. Majok anasema State House budget also covers all the state lodges across the country. Okay, all right. So we have the what's it called? We have the one in huko kwenu kuletwa Kisumu. So this 13 billion ni ya Kisumu, si ndio? We also have the one in Mombasa. We also have the one in Nakuru. It is Nakuru, right?
We do.
I think we have one in. Do we have one in Kitui? No, we don't have a state lodge in Kitui.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but still 13 billion ni pesa mingi wase. Aya, mwezi niambia 13 billion. Hiyo ni pesa mingi. Amesema this is the finance secretary. Perceptronium, I don't understand your question. Because you put a question mark at the end of it, so I don't understand what we are saying here. Aya, my take 2.2 amesema most people who chant one term are the same ones who voted for His Excellency WSR. Akasema Mbuvi, you are an opposition sympathizer, but I suspect you are among those who said Misi Pangwingwi. Then he goes on to say, why on earth would anyone take a photo of a ballot paper? Why? Explain to me like a PP1 kid. Why on earth you would want to take a photo of a ballot paper?
Paul, there are 13 state lodges.
Okay.
And they're strewn all across the country. And you are quite right. Nyinyi hamna.
Ya kitu ya kuna, si ndio?
Hakuna.
Ile siku nitakuwa president nitajenga kwanza hapo place inaitwa Eloi. Ana anasema good morning lovely gentlemen, your faces are bright and shiny. Sisi tumekwambia umeanza kuwa bright and shiny.
Inajengwa hiyo state.
Ya Kitui?
Iko.
Wanajenga?
Wanajenga, nafikiri they even finished it.
Oh my. So sasa hapo sina kazi, nikikuwa basi nitajenga Machakos. Majok anasema ama nijenge moja Makueni because that is where my wife comes from. So nijenge huko, twende, nikikuja Kitui nalala huko, then nikienda Makueni kuwatembelea niko na state lodge huko, si ndio? Majok anasema National Vision Party is NVP. It was founded by the late Nicholas Biwott, who inherited it. Maybe Zacchaeus Cheriot anauliza hivyo, maybe and alichukua, I don't know. He vied on it once. Danson Kenya anasema this finance bill is worse than 2024's, really punitive. Restitute Mutoko amesema that soft drink Mwalimu Muga was called Vimto.
Yes.
Vimto.
Yes. A lovely drink.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vimto.
All right.
Yes.
Mimi leo nimeitwa government nimeitwa opposition sympathizer. Wewe unaitangwa government sympathizer. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Barely 8 months after the High Court delivered a landmark ruling prohibiting hospitals from detaining bodies, a family in Kigumo has given up on burying their king due to a pending hospital bill. Patrick Masharia was admitted at the Consolata Hospital in Mathare for 18 months before his death. Burial preparations stopped after the facility declined to release the body before a bill of 1 million Kenya shillings is cleared. The bill had accrued to 2 million, of which the family managed to clear half, saying they're unable to raise the funds anymore.
Tunahadhirika kwa sababu hatuna kitu yoyote. Mahali tumefika hatuna kitu. Tunataka tu usaidizi.
Tuko na deni ya 1.2 million. Sasa ikawezekana ni lazima tulipe ndio tupatiwe mwili tukasike. Tulikuwa tunakusanyika kama watu wa kuomboleza. Tukidhania ya kwamba kutafika wakati tupatiwe mwili tusike, ndio hiyo maneno ingine ikuwe ikiendelea kama tumepumzika mwili. Kukasemekana lazima tulipe ile ndeni yote ndiye tuweze kusika hii mwili.
Kulingana na vile hospitali ya Mathare inasema ati itastaki hii family juu ya kushindwa kulipa hiyo mwili ya kijana wao amepass, anaitwa Masharia. Familia hii iko na huzuni sana. Tafadhali hospitali ya Mathare, achilieni hii mwili na mseme ati mtastaki hii family, kwa sababu hata mkiwa staki mwili bado itakuwa huko tu.
Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has hit back at former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over remarks directed at President William Ruto and French President Emmanuel Macron during the Africa Forward Summit. Speaking at a special programs outreach event in Mavindini Ward, Makueni County, Ruku described Gachagua's comments as unfortunate and disrespectful to both Kenya's leadership and foreign dignitaries.
Na Rais William Ruto pamoja na rais wa kule Ufaransa kutengeneza vile Afrika itapata maendeleo zaidi. Yeye anasimama anasema hiyo ni mipango ambayo haina sera, ati yeye ndiye mwerevu zaidi kuliko zaidi ya mawaziri kuliko zaidi ya marais 40 ambao walikuwa wamekusanyika pale Nairobi wakipanga maneno ya kusaidia mataifa tofauti ili watoto wetu tuweze kuachia inji ambayo iko na nguvu, inji ambayo iko na maendeleo. Yeye anasimama ati anasema marais zaidi ya 40 pale Nairobi wanapoteza wakati. Tunamwambia tukiwa hapa kona ya Makueni, wewe upelekwe shule uweze kunjua kitu inaitwa diplomasia ni nini.
Nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana has asked the Senate Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to issue a statement on unresolved concerns surrounding Kenya's mission in Haiti. Speaking in the Senate, the nominated senator said the family of fallen officer Benedict Kabiru is yet to receive his remains or verified information regarding his fate, despite his official recognition. Hamida also raised concerns over other unresolved cases linked to the Haiti mission, calling for clarity and accountability from the relevant authorities.
While Benedict Kabiru Kuria has been recognized as a fallen hero abroad, his family is without his remains or verified information on his fate. This lack of closure is deeply distressing and demands urgent accountability. Even as the mission is declared concluded, the family continues to endure in pain, uncertainty, and unanswered questions. Recognition without clarity only compounds their grief.
A lab in South Africa is set to produce generic version of a new HIV treatment in what health experts are calling a major boost for Africa's medical independence. International Health Agency UNITAD announced Tuesday that the treatment known as lenacapavir will be manufactured locally. The injectable drug was developed by Gilead Sciences and only needs to be administered twice a year. Experts say the treatment marks a major breakthrough compared to daily HIV pills, particularly for women who often face stigma linked to taking medication regularly. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Kuna salamu nimeona hapa, nataka nikusalimie. Kuna jamaa anatutizama, sasa imeenda wapi? Kuna jamaa ametusalimia hapa na nilikuwa ndio hiyo. Aswan B Omondi amesema good morning guys, blessed Thursday. Well, good morning to you Aswan and blessed day as well. In this hour, we want to talk about financial literacy. With us in the studio is a financial sector expert and executive director, Cheddar Up. We want to focus on building healthy financial habits from a young age. His name is Andrew Kibe. Andrew, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Mbuvi.
You're well?
Thank you so much for having me here.
Karibu sana.
It's an honor.
Before hata nikuulize Cheddar Up ni gani na inafanyanga nini, because me the cheddar I know is cheese. Wacha sitia kupatie methali yetu.
Okay.
This week we are in the country of Sudan.
Okay.
One thing that he has kept on telling me and it has stuck in my mind is that number one, this country has got a lot of gold, third gold producer in Africa, largest gold producer, and also they've had very many coups from the 60s or 70s?
1958.
50s.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had a democratic elected government. They were overthrown by a general. The general was overthrown by a colonel. The colonel was overthrown by another general. Okay. Numeri, Bashir. Then we have Burhan. Bwana.
Watu wamekuanga tu
In the Sahel region of Africa, there's a place called the Coup Belt. Haki kila nchi ambayo inaguzia hiyo Sahel. You can sit back and say, okay, when do you think the next coup is going to be?
You even start betting, eh?
Yeah, and itafanyika. Yani huwa akitoka, and it's military, huwa akitoka anatolewa.
Actually, even in Burkina Faso, Traore, they have attempted to coup d'etat him several times since he took power. So yeah.
Well, he coup d'etat somebody else from the military.
So it's tit for tat.
Who was of a higher rank than him. This guy alikuwa major.
Any captain.
Yes. So this guy promised all manner of things. Then the people of Burkina Faso were amazed as they observed. Bwana, jamaa amenunulia girlfriend gari.
Mercedes Benz, Range Rover.
Na si mini minor or Voxy.
Ni zile Maduong.
Yes. Punde si punde. House. And he himself, ameenda France. Ameenda wapi? Tole nani?
Bro.
Please step down. Jamaa huyo mbio akatoka nje. Was repatriated. He's now has a full government scholarship in one of the jails.
Committee ya huko Burkina Faso.
Scholarship full.
Bro, don't worry, we got you.
Yes. We want to give you time to meditate and think.
So, Sudan.
A dog cannot carry its puppies on its back.
A dog cannot carry its puppy on its back.
Sasa tuambie Andrew, we kama mali unatoka umeona umbwa majibwa ambayo inabeba puppies na back, unaruhusiwa kutuambia. Sisi hatujaona.
Okay. Okay, the way I will interpret it is with another quote I came across yesterday, where it states that you never know how powerful you are until it's the only choice you have.
Where?
Okay.
You never know how powerful you are until it's the only choice you have.
Correct.
There you have it.
The truth in simplicity is amazing. Yes. Hakuna namna.
Ni hiyo tu. Kwa hivyo ile siku utapatana na umbu amebeba watoto wake kwa mgongo, utajua that was the only choice it had, or she had, or he had. Thank you so much, Andrew. Cheddar up.
Yes.
What's that, and what does it do?
Okay. So basically, if you allow me just to give a bit about my background.
Go ahead.
Yes. I've been in the finance sector for over 20 years, and I moved around different industries, from both commercial and investment banking. I was in the capital markets. I also did a bit of actuarial valuations.
Yes.
And in the entire process, there's something that used to bother me, and that is, why do most adults struggle financially? And so as I advanced in my career, I kept taking on what I used to hear. People learning about financial wellness and all that. And I became curious. When I used to work at the bank, I realized that one of those professionals who were very, who are not really good in managing their own personal finance were actually bankers. And that shocked me, in the sense that from a psychological point of view, you can understand that is because of the privileges that come through with being a banker. You can easily access money. So what happens to your mind is it lies to you that it will always be there.
Yeah.
It's until when you come out of the banking sector that you actually see what happens to most of these people.
Yeah.
Now, growing up, I always used to hear, whenever you want to learn about money, you should go to a banker. So imagine being taught with people who struggle even to manage their own personal finance. So to me, I felt the whole conventional way we've been brought up was not adding up.
Okay.
And so I started seeking to find out answers as to why.
Yeah.
And, like the scripture tells us, knock and the door will be open. Certain truths started coming to me, one or another. And when I was able to put up all these truths together, I was totally blown away.
Yeah.
Because I realized now where the missing link was. So when I left employment, I decided to do a small research just to get my own data. I did not want to trust any data that was outside there.
Yeah. Which year is this now that you quit?
That was in 2008.
Okay.
Yeah. So I went to 3 counties, and I basically targeted the retirees, and I was looking for those who had prime jobs, the likes of the doctors, the pilots, all those things we were motivated to be when we were in kindergarten.
Yeah.
And my idea was to find out how they're faring on financially through this conventional path we've been raised up with. And not surprisingly enough, over 95% are actually struggling financially.
Okay.
And so I asked myself, if we've been raised up to follow this path, why is such a huge chunk, struggling financially? Does it make sense? So it scared me. As I talked to them, I realized to them it was water under the bridge, and their main concern was actually the working nation, so who they referred to as our children. So that's the second generation. So I came back to the working nation, and I basically did a small research where I asked 2 questions. And the first one was, given the knowledge you have today about personal finance, if you had that knowledge before you started working, how different then do you think your life will have been today?
Hey, right now I'd be a billionaire.
And for all that period,
yes,
that's the same answer I've been getting, which points out to sort of a regret, yeah? And so that triggered the second question now, where we asked, and given that you've learned whatever it is you've learned,
yes,
what is it that you've done or are you doing to ensure that your children gain that knowledge that you wish you had before they start working? And what was interesting is that 92% of the respondents could not answer that question. So at that point we realized it's something that had to do with the psychology of the mind, because we all want our best for our children, isn't it?
For sure, yeah.
And therefore, if I can look back in my life and wish I had something that will have made a big difference in my life today, should I not automatically ensure that my kids get that privilege?
Sure.
So why are we not doing that? So it's at that point now I went further and I realized that there is a way, there are certain things which are hidden from us, and that's basically how the mind works. So getting into a bit of that is, who we are is not our names. Who we really are is found in the scripture again. We were created in the image and likeness of God, yeah?
Right.
So to understand who we are, then what we do is we study God. And then whatever conclusion we come up with, we represent that reflection. So God is the creator of heaven and earth, creator of this, creator of that. So God is the creator. That means then we become creators by default. All right? So I went further to try and understand then, if you're creators, how do we study? How do we create?
Yes.
Again, we cannot create outside the parameter of how God works, because we are representing that image.
Yeah.
So you study how God created. And the first thing you pick out is that God started with a thought. Let me create the world. Then the second thing that God did is he spoke the word, and the word became flesh. So even we humans, because we are created in that image, we represent the same.
So we start with a thought.
That's the first step. Then the second one are words. Now for us humans to actually materialize the experiences we go through, there's a third step, and that is a repetition of 1 and 2. So when I realized that, a question came to me: what do kids observe growing up? We have been raised up with a society that for some reason devastates us, it discourages from teaching the subject of money to our children. So I wanted to understand the logic behind that. And what dawned on me was the failure to introduce our children to the subject of money.
Yes.
We become blind to this fact. They are constantly being exposed to consumption every day by this world. So by default, the thinking of our children from a very young age start associating money with consumption.
Yes.
And that is repeated on a daily basis. You can imagine a parent who comes in the evening with groceries.
Yes.
That's a message you're sending to your child. In fact, they say kids learn more from what they observe than what you tell them. So that repetition, if it's TV advertisement, radio advertisement, the message is always the same: buy, buy, buy.
Yes.
That is why a 3-year-old kid will ask you to buy them something on your way back from work, but they're not going to ask you to invest. So if you ask someone, can a 3-year-old tell you to invest, they'll say no, they're too young. So the question becomes, where did you get that idea that they're too young to understand?
Yeah.
So I realized through this research that it's actually a 3-generation problem passed on from one to the next. And that cycle has been going on and on for years. So you have this great scientist called Albert Einstein, who once defined insanity as the art of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Yes.
So I realized the reason why most of people struggle is because they are not given the right experience or the right observation, or they're not surrounded with understanding how the money works. So by default, any parent who says, I'm not going to teach my kids about money, they become blind to the fact that they're giving that responsibility to the world. So the world programs consumption. And so if you look even at our own country generally,
yes,
we are a consumption nation. And so I said, how then do we change this to production? and I realized it needs to start from a very young age. So Cheddar App was built to help parents start nurturing financial intelligence by creating fun challenges and things that they do together.
Yes.
To actually ensure that it counters what the world does on a daily basis. So that's what the app is about.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you reverse engineer a process that has been ingrained in someone because of the ecosystem within which they have grown and the lessons they've learned in the process of living in that ecosystem? Arguably, those lessons will have been entrenched. So whether they work in a bank, what they learned in the ecosystem is what's going to pertain when it comes to their personal finances. Working in the bank doesn't make them financial experts. It makes them experts in the systems that the bank has for operationalizing its activities. That's the expertise that they will get.
Correct.
But let me ask a different question regarding this.
Right.
When you say that what you discovered was that people were always in financial difficulties.
Right.
What do you mean, financial difficulties, by saying they were in financial difficulties?
Okay. In simple terms, financial peace. Most people don't have financial peace. Most homes.
Like peace?
Peace, yes.
Utulivu.
Utulivu. Because you see, like now rent, if you don't have rent, how do you have peace? Right? If you can't afford the school fees, how do you have peace? So if you walk around, you find a lot of adults are going through that. Yeah.
It's true, because the number of requests on I'm sure even on your phone, CT's phone, my phone, people asking for this money for this purpose.
Correct.
Watu ni wengi.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But let me ask you something. Isn't that the model of, and we might be getting political now,
right,
of capitalism?
In truth, that is it. Because how do you control people? The most powerful to do that is plant a seed. Right? Let me give you this example.
Yes.
There was a 6-year-old child who was sitting at the dining table and he was looking at the mother preparing tilapia.
Yeah.
And she wondered every time the mother prepares tilapia, she cuts it into 3 parts: the head, the tail, and the middle part. So she questions the mother, "Mom, why do you always cut this fish into 3 parts?" And the mother, without thinking, answers and says, "That is how your grandmother used to prepare it." So the child is trying to find the logic, but now the mom has responded by saying that is how the
grandmother did.
So she picks the phone and calls the grandmother and asks the same question. And the grandmother responds and says, "That is how your great-grandmother used to prepare it." So when the child got the opportunity to go and visit the great-grandmother, she asked the same question. And this time the great-mother actually responded and said, "Sweetheart, in the 1930s when I was your mom's age, our pots were very small."
So the fish had to be cut into pieces to fit into the pot.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, the grandmother was raised and saw the mother cutting them into 3. All right? So the pond expanded, but she had picked the program of always cutting it into 3. So there's no logic behind that.
Yes.
So where we are today is where we're saying we need to question, we need to find logic behind everything. Or we say thinking from the first principle.
Yes.
So if we go back and ask ourselves, why is it that we were raised up with a society that discourages from doing this? You realize that someone somewhere understood by default of doing that will naturally pick it up from our society, which is basically consumption. And once that is, in fact, the way it works, there's a part of the mind called the subconscious mind.
Yes.
And what happens when a child is growing, just like Siti was saying, when you observe something for the first time, it leaves a trace in the mind. The second time you observe that, it adds a second trace to the first one. And so it keeps building up like a wall, and then it starts solidifying to become habit.
Okay.
So when Siti is talking about how do you re-engineer that, it's reprogramming again. And that is why even the scripture tells us, teach the child the way to go, and even as an adult, they will not depart. It's about those programs which are installed through observations when they're very young. So that is why it's so difficult even to reverse on an adult, because what it means then is you first have to demolish all this wall before you can rebuild. But for a child who's just growing up, it becomes something natural that is ingrained in them. And a very good example, you can look at the societies within Kenya who have their kids in their business premises, and tell me whether you see those adults in that community, having the kind of, disturbance that we have with regards to finances. It speaks to that.
The first time my dad brought a DVD player home, that thing was revolutionary. DVD player. Ulikuwa umezoea ile cassette kubwa unaizanga hivi, unafinya rewind for almost 5 minutes before you can play it again. And I was just trying to speak to what you were saying about that imprint. The first time something happens, it sticks, and then the second time you add on layers. But now in the current financial place we are right now, economic dispensation, if I may call it that, is it possible to actually have enough money to, number one, even save, invest? And I'm talking about the common mwananchi, not the big boys who are making money every other day, and they're driving the big cars we see in the streets, because even them, I'm sure they have their own kind of struggle.
They do
have their own kind of struggle. Unaweza kwa Range Rover lakini kuna mahali wanataka 10 million urgently.
Yes. Mbuvi, it's very possible, and we've actually been doing it even for adults. In our trainings, there are 3 components you need to look at. The first thing is developing the right mindset. The second one is having the right knowledge, and the third one is the right practice. So if you check around how our financial literacy courses are designed, they never address the first part, which actually contains about 70% of the entire. So if you take 15 for the other 2, right knowledge and right practice, you'll realize these courses do not tackle the first part and the third part. They just focus on the knowledge. So that's 15%. That is why you'll find people who come out of these trainings are very knowledgeable. They'll talk about different things to do with investments and all that. But 3 years down the line, they're still on the same spot. That is because the other 2 are not. So for an adult, what is so important, and this is what really surprised me, because the center of financial literacy, when you really think about it, is about savings. There's that push of savings. And so the question I ask people is, how many billionaires do you know of who became that through savings?
I actually don't know any.
Yes, let's start with billionaires. I don't know any. So that question doesn't apply to me.
You might not know them personally, but you know of Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Aliko Dangote.
Aliko Dangote I know exists. The other 2, do they really exist?
So the trick here that I discovered is remember who you are. You're a creator, right?
Yes.
And the first step of creation is a thought. So how many adults think of abundance?
Abundance?
Yep.
Abundance?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a trick question. Why is it a trick question? If what we think is manifested in what we say, then we are not a country that thinks of abundance. Our conversations are about poverty and about lack and about inability. The warrior culture, that's what it is that we do. That's how we manifest. Every situation is a warrior moment.
Correct.
So when you're talking of abundance, what we have in abundance are the complaints and the looking for people to blame. That's something we do very well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's become our culture.
It is entrenched, actually. Yes.
And so through that talk, that's why we're manifesting what we're going through as a nation. Get it?
Yeah.
God created an abundance world. All right? But we've been conditioned to see scarcity. That is where the reprogramming comes in. It's interesting, yesterday I had someone, they were having a conversation, and one said, opportunities come once in a lifetime. Is that really true?
Of course not.
every day the opportunities around you.
That is a falsehood of the highest possible magnitude.
I mean, it depends on the kind of opportunity you are talking about.
No, Paul, opportunities come every day.
Every single day.
Yes.
You just need to rewire
if you're not wired to look for opportunities, you will never see them. Even if it slaps you in the face.
That's what I'm saying. It depends on, number one, the opportunity we are talking about. The opportunities, to be honest, come once in a lifetime.
But you see, I need you to look at it in the sense of an average mind. How will they interpret that? They'll just be waiting for it to show up.
Let me ask you something, Andrew.
Sure.
What are the chances that I will meet former President Barack Obama in my lifetime? Unless I go to the States, or he comes to Kenya, or we find ourselves in a location where we are both there.
Why is it important that you meet Barack Obama?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It depends on the on the conversation. Barack Obama, for example, is now a filmmaker. He's making a lot of films, and you can find them on Netflix and other platforms. I am interested in filmmaking as well. So if I'm in spaces of filmmakers, chances are maybe one day, one time, I might be in a forum where I will meet Barack Obama, right? But that might happen once in my lifetime as a filmmaker. So if I have that one chance to make my case to him and tell him, look, I need you to fund my film in this area and this area, kindly make it happen. So that is what I'm saying. It depends on the opportunities we're talking about here.
Okay, so here we're talking the subject of what? The conversation we're having.
Finances.
That's where I'm going.
Yes.
Why do you think there are a lot of Gen Zs outside there frustrated because they can't find work? Why is it that when you tell most of Gen Zs to try and do a side hustle, they'll revert and say, you know, tumesoma sana. Why is that? It's because, again, we've been conditioned for scarcity. Get it? So this convention that when you get a degree, you have to be employed. You know, I tell people, unfortunately, there's a downside to education system.
Yes.
It was structured to teach us what to think instead of how. So when you're teaching someone what to think, you converge their mind to a point.
Yeah.
When you're teaching them how, you expand. And it starts at kindergarten when you're told A is for apple. It locks the mind to just think of apple.
Apple, yes.
Get it? And so that actually proceeds on to the adulthood. So if you're told degree job, when you can't find the job, you get frustrated. But remember, I said we're created in the image of God. There's abundance. If you're taught to know, to look widely, you'll see other opportunities. It just doesn't have to be that. If that is not working, there are other ones. Think of it the way even as we do business. Set up something movie that is successful outside here. Within 3 months, how many copycats will you have?
Several.
Get it?
Yes.
So we are always reacting. And that is the idea even behind why we build this app, so that we counter what we see the world is actually doing in the minds of these children, because that's the best place where you can start building that mind.
You know, I was having a conversation actually on this same issue with a friend of mine a couple of days ago, and we were saying, you know, if today you wanted to start a business around this area, the area where we were at the time, like here there could be a deficit of pork meat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, mtu akianzisha hapa biashara anaweza supply pork, because I looked at this, so I surveyed the area. I was like, okay, perhaps no Muslims, so it wouldn't be an inconvenience for them. Then the other thing, they actually do not have many butcheries, so that's an advantage. So the residents of that area will have options, so they can buy chicken, they can buy goat meat, they can buy ng'ombe, and now they have pork. Something else I noticed, they also don't have rabbit meat. I was like, maybe perhaps if someone was to introduce rabbit meat around here, they would find customers.
Right.
But the only thing that my friend and I at the time when we were discussing, we were saying, but now the finances, finding someone who will give you enough rabbits to supply a butchery around this area, finding a pork butcher or someone to even employ in that butchery, that might be an impediment. Na mambo mengi yakaingia hapo. So the biggest issue we realized was the finances. And for a lot of Kenyans, that is the issue. So they have the ideas, for sure. Someone will see an idea here of supplying pork, chicken and rabbit meat, but they just don't have the money.
Again, now you come back to what I'm saying. We've been conditioned to believe what really requires finances. But if you change that and you just focus. I go back again to creation process starts with the thinking. So what is happening is you're seeing an obstacle in your mind. And that's why it keeps showing up. So what I tell my students is just focus on cash flowing asset. You know, where the scripture tells us if you had faith as small as a mustard seed, what will happen?
Move mountains.
So if you just keep that thought and keep crafting, our way just shows up. That is how I've understood how the universe works.
But if you just keep that faith, you are going to die of hunger. Because in the meantime, life is moving on, and you have this thought of making, of ensuring that you stay positive. Staying positive can't be the begin and end all of how it is. You begin to have the right mindset for a healthy or building a healthy financial habit. I mean, they are the brick and mortar things that one must do. For instance, how do you develop discipline? Because in the absence of discipline, these things that you're talking about, you cannot do.
Correct.
How do you train someone to have discipline? Because if you are not trained discipline when you're young, as an adult, you will not have the discipline.
It will be very difficult for you to reverse it.
And if you actually have resources, it will be worse, because the idea of being disciplined with this money will be completely alien to you. And if I go back to what you said about the consumption culture that we have, the more you have, the more you'll want to consume, as opposed to keeping. The more you have, the more you keep. No. It's or because again, you talk of investment. How do you talk of investment when you can't even keep a little of what you have aside? Because then the question will be, but I have very little. Even surviving from day to day,
hands to mouth.
How on earth am I going to find money to keep? Yes, but having the mind of understanding you need to keep doesn't mean you need to have the money. But if you don't have that mind, when the money comes, you'll not be able to keep it.
Exactly. We're actually speaking on the same page. So what I'm saying is, it's just not about having faith, but it's actually seeing it work. Because if you're, let's say you have this plan like you're talking about your friends, and you're visualizing it here, what I've come to understand how the universe works, it's about energy. What happens is, as you keep doing that, you might bump into someone, a certain conversation. Like right now, I've just got called with about 2 VCs. You know, I wanted to expand the company from where we are on the app, and I just got a call. How did that happen? Just a friend of mine realized what I was doing. He felt it was good, made a few phone calls somewhere, and they reached out to me. So having that, the continuous visualization and writing it down is very powerful, because the energy you're sending outside there it's already existing. So what happens is it somehow, the way the universe works is it moves around and starts attracting the right people. Like they say, you're an average of the 5 people you surround yourself with.
Okay.
That is where this is coming from.
You know, there's somebody who once said, this thing that people say, and I like it because I don't have to quote them if I've forgotten their name. Good fortune favors a prepared mind. If your mind is prepared,
yes,
or if you're trained to do something and an opportunity presents itself, you will do well. But if it knocks you sideways because you're not prepared, and yet you think about it from time to time, even if you have the opportunity, you will not do as well.
In fact, that's a very good observation.
Yes.
And this is why a lot of employees who go to try doing business end up giving up, because the mindset of an employee and that of a business is very different. So they come to business world or the entrepreneurship without realizing they have a mind of an employee. And so what happens is, as you start this journey of entrepreneurship, you need to observe how the world works. Nothing works instantly. It takes time. So in the business world, if you fail once, we've been programmed to give up. But what is happening in the mind is it's starting to readjust towards the entrepreneurship side. So what I tell people is, understand that every experience you go through, God is actually answering your prayers. And the way he's answering that prayers is telling you there's something you need to learn from this experience that you did not know, what you can call now the reprogramming. All right? It's like a butterfly journey. It starts as a cocoon, so it shades from green, it becomes colorless, it removes one wing, one like that. If you come and find that butterfly stuck with one leg,
yeah,
and you take a razor and cut it off to assist it to fly out, have you killed that butterfly or have you saved it?
I have a feeling I'm supposed to say I've killed it.
Yes, because you have interfered with the process
of its development.
Exactly.
Of its struggle. It's supposed to struggle out.
Yeah, so that struggling out is making the leg strong. Get it? So that is how we need to see how life is. So every experience, even though it's painful, there's something you want in life. Everyone has something they're thinking about. And the message coming to the universe is, I'm trying to prepare you in something that needs to be built in you for you to move to the next step, closer to where your dreams are.
Okay. Let me tell you a story that somebody told me when I shared something similar to what you're saying with them. We're talking about, I wouldn't call it financial literacy, but how to start a business.
Right.
And they told me I was born in Malari. I struggled and actually went to university.
Right.
I've gotten odd jobs here and there, but they're part-time jobs. Okay? What I managed to do with that money is to pay the rent for the place I live in, which is a shanty. And I said, he told me I eat one meal a day. And I choose when to eat it because that's what I can afford.
Right.
Says, what you're saying makes sense. But given that I'm living, especially in the same neighborhood in which I was born, but I have a degree, how exactly do you expect me to apply these principles so that my life actually changes? So I asked him the question, are there people who do business in that place that you live in? He said yes. He said, what sort of businesses do they do? He said, are there people who buy from them? He said yes. I said, you are one of them, aren't you? He said yes. Do they seem to be making a living? He said yes. How do you think they got to the point where they decided to start doing that business? What happened to them? Do they have a degree like you? No. So I asked them a question. Do you think that your degree could be hindering your thinking? He asked me, what do you mean? I said, well, one of the things that a degree does for you, it actually opens up your mind to understand that you have begun a process of learning. Not you arrived at the end, you have begun. That's why when they confer a degree to you, they give you permission to read and all that pertains to it. I'm abbreviating. He said, I hadn't thought of it that way. When you talk about how it is that somebody is trained to be employed, it seems to be the problem. Because I remember when my brother and I started our first business, one of the people we had gone to look for business asked me, but you guys have gone to university, why are you doing business? I didn't know, I was puzzled. To make money. I mean, why else do people go into business?
Yeah.
Said, but when you have a degree of a job, you have a good pay. I said, yes, but what you earn is finite. It's not as though you will get more money because you want more money. If you want more money, you have to find ways of making more money. Now, right now, one of the conversations that we have is one of unemployment. That's why I give the story of this young person.
Correct.
Who with whom I was having a conversation. And the next thing he asked me was, so if to start a business, will you give me the money? I said no. I said no. He said, you won't? I said no. I said, look at a business that you think you can do. When you find it, come back.
Yeah.
Then I will tell you where you can get money. But I am definitely not going to give you the money. Said, why? I said, that's not the business I do. And I won't be helping you.
Yes, yes.
So there's a process you need to go through to understand. Okay? I know where to get money, you don't. So I want you to understand how to get it as well. That's how I will have helped you. Okay? Why am I giving this story? Because he wasn't alone. There were others who thought exactly like him. Exactly. And they're saying, look, you don't seem to understand. One of the reasons why we follow politicians is because we're hoping they will at least help us. I said, they won't. I said, why? I said, if they help you, who's going to be running alongside them and running the errands for them? They want you to stay exactly where you are.
Yeah.
how do you make a message such as this something that is part and parcel of our curriculum? I always go there because mimi ni mwalimu. So that as you go through the academic learning, there is the understanding that should you choose to go into business, the things you must do are the following.
Yeah.
So it becomes normal. It isn't something that is special. It's now whether you choose to or not to, but you have been given the opportunity to forge that mindset.
Correct. Actually, to top up on what City is saying,
yes.
I'm sure you've read a book called The Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
I've seen it, I haven't read it.
Okay.
Me, I've read Rich Man, Poor Man.
Yeah. There's a concept he calls the cash flow quadrant, right? And basically the cash flow quadrant shows us the 4 categories where you can earn money from. Not the ways, the categories. So you can pick any form of earning money,
yes,
and they'll fall in one of these 4 categories. So the first one is E for employee. The second one below it is S for small business. And then on the right side at the top you have B for big business, and below it you have I for investments. Okay?
Okay.
So I want you to have that picture. Okay?
Where does thieving come in?
We're not talking about those outside outliers.
Okay.
Now,
yeah,
the education system was set up like City is talking about. It's like a funnel. So think of a funnel that has holes, and you start pouring constant water coming in. It will pour in all directions.
Yes.
Right? So the top part is primary, the middle part is high school, and the lower part is tertiary. So the whole idea is when you're 3 years old and you don't take your kids to school, there's a government officer who comes to you, you're breaking the law, a chief, right? So the idea was to place us there, but at grade 3, if you drop out, the chief doesn't come back to you.
Yes.
So that's water that has gone. So it shows you the interest were those who come out of the tip. And those who come out of the tip are the graduates. What basically that has done is, this is what they've done to your mind. Okay?
Yes.
Now they want to drop you in this part we're calling E.
Employment.
Get it? So by the time when you're getting there, you're so controlled without you realizing. So that's what is alluding to. Most people think like that, those who have degrees. But we're not saying there's something wrong with that.
Okay.
The problem is, without you realizing, you're limited in terms of your thinking. So I want you to split this cash flow quadrant into 2 parts. So the left side you have ES, and the right side you have BI. And the way I approach it when I'm teaching people is I ask them, think of a cat. If I bring a cat here, and I place it on the floor and ask you to chase it, what is the probability you're going to catch it?
For me, what's the probability I'm going to listen to you in the first place? Why would I want to chase a cat?
So this cat is money. We have been conditioned that the way to make money is through employment. All right? So you'll spend your years chasing it.
Yep.
When you're tired, sit down. I bring some water, food, get some energy. Then once, go ahead and run off. Because without you realizing, you've been told for you to make money, you need to be employed. So that is the cut I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Your mind is not open to, are there other ways something I can do to bring this car to where I am?
I can offer it some food.
Now, unfortunately, because of the system, you're not going to be able to see it that way. You just have to run. That's the only way you know. That's what I was talking about, what to think instead of how.
Okay.
So the people who are on the right side, somehow through probably how they're raised up, or through hard work, working smart, or being there around people, understand that the best way to catch that cat is how. Right?
Okay.
So that's one of the what can I do? What can I do?
Yes.
If I buy fish and bring it, and on my legs, the cat will just come naturally.
Yes.
So the concept of how we approach the teaching is, it's okay to start at A, but remember, being a creator, you need to determine where you're going, because without you thinking where you're going, then by default, you will be living someone else's imagination and not yours.
Okay.
And if you ask a lot of people today, in 5 years' time, where will you be? It's very difficult to get someone who will tell you precisely where they'll be. All right? So you're not thinking about where you're going to be, yet you're a creator. So by default, someone else does that on your behalf. And that is why the concept of goal setting is very key, because you're visualizing it. It's like leaving your house and you don't know where you're going. Where will you end up?
Let me ask. Like bees or even ants, there are those who are born to be soldiers, there are those who are born to be worker bees, and then there are those who are born to be the queen.
Correct.
So everyone has got a purpose, and how they are fed determines how they will become. So those who are given little food, they become workers. Those who are given a little bit more become soldiers, and then those who are fed vizuri sana, then that's the queen. Perhaps even in society, that's how the hierarchy is, because even in wolves we have the alpha, and then we have the beta, and then now we have the rest who just follow the two.
Correct.
In the way this thing is set up, these things we call life, humanity or whatever, there are those who will be entrepreneurs, then there are those who will work. For example, there's an entrepreneur who set up Radio Generation.
Right.
Then we work for that entrepreneur. Right?
Correct.
If I choose to leave and go start my own outfit, then I now become that entrepreneur, but I'll need people to support my business.
That's correct.
I have a feeling like sometimes you are just who you are because perhaps that was your purpose. You are the worker. Then we have the queen, and then we have the soldiers who, protect the business, for lack of a better word.
What you say represents a reality that humanity has had for a very long time. And that's why some communities have what they call a caste system. Meaning you are damned. That particular path that seems to have been chosen for you is it. Nothing could be further from the truth.
There you go.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
There you go.
It actually goes against the very grain of human nature.
Yes.
Completely against it.
Exactly. Because what we're saying here, Mbuvi, is as follows.
Yeah.
Remember, I go back again. You're the creator. So it starts with you. What do you choose for yourself? All right? And in our teaching, it's so simple. We tell people it doesn't matter where we are. Just make an effort to start a goal of acquiring just one cash flowing asset per year. That's it. It doesn't matter how much it's gonna give you for starters.
Yes.
Because the whole idea is to reprogram the wrong thoughts which are there. So I'm gonna give you an example of 3 people. Let's take graduates who've just come out from University of Nairobi, and all of them are employed at Safaricom, and each one of them is getting a net of, let's say, 100,000.
Okay.
So the first one is taught to be a consumer. That's the mindset of the first one. The second one has a mindset of savings. Okay. And the third one has a mindset of accumulating assets.
Okay.
So we start year 1. Let's look at the first guy. So this one is by default just consumption. Can he afford the house of 50,000 rent?
Earning 100 Gs?
Yes.
Well, unless he's planning to live a very boring life going forward.
But you see, he's been programmed to consume. So he'll comfortably afford that if he chooses to, isn't it?
Is he single?
It doesn't matter. We're looking at an individual.
Okay. I'm sorry. I have to.
Because
I'm thinking 100K, then you live in a house worth 50K, sorry.
There are people like that. Because remember, because we are brought up to consume lavish life. That's what is programmed in us. All right?
50K.
So it's possible. So where I'm going with this is they'll just spend. By the end of the month, they have nothing.
Yes.
Get it? Second month, the same thing.
Because after that, what are you eating? How do you get to work?
So you've had the other 50K.
You're doing Toshi City.
That's what I'm saying. Even if it gets 40, at the end of the month, they'll have nothing. Because the mindset is just kutoa.
Yeah.
So by the end of the year, the account will read 0. Asset 0. Let's go to the second one. This one is saving. So he says the first thing I need to do as I get my salary, set aside 20K. That means the disposable income is 80,000, isn't it? So now he might go to a house of 40 or 30K, but there's that 20. If you take 20 by 12, that comes to what? 240 per year.
Yeah.
The third one has been programmed to focus on assets. So he says, I'm going to get an Uber. I'm going to buy a car and make it an Uber. All right? Let's assume the total cost of getting this car to the road is about 400K. Right?
Yes.
So initially knows I need 400 at the end of the year. So at the beginning he says, if I save 20, I'll have 240. That's not enough. So what's the option do I have? I need to bump up my savings to about 30K. That brings 360 at the end of the year. That way, probably if he's in a circle, he can borrow the top up, yeah?
Yes.
Or maybe he can just bump from 30 to 35.
Alafu issue kwa nyumba ya 5,000.
Of course. Because now, whatever is left now, you have to live within that.
Yes.
Because you've prioritized the asset.
Yes.
Okay? Now, let's go to second year. The first person, 0 again at the end of the year. Second person, 240. Now, the third person, if you assume they're making an average of 2,000 on a daily basis, that's 60 per month. If you multiply by 12, that's 720K. But they're still saving for second cash flowing asset. So let's go to the third year. The first one, 0. The second one, another 240. The third one now has 720 plus 720 from the 2.
So that's 144.
That's, get it. Okay? So you'll notice that
1.44, sorry. Yes.
So you'll notice that if you check on the graph of the second one, it actually creates a straight line, 240, 240, 240. But the one who's focusing on cash flowing assets, it's going to form a pyramid, sort of. So what happens if they continue with this journey, a point is going to reach whereby they'll stop working for money and money will start working for them. All right?
Yes.
So all of us have one of these 3 mindsets.
Okay.
And actually that's what the app is designed to do to kids from a very young age. So that when you focus on the asset as a creator, it naturally, it's just going to explode with time. And you'll find that you're going to turn this thing around. If you look at the community like the Jews, how do you explain that compared to us?
What exactly are we comparing here?
Their financial situations.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a Jew begging?
Perhaps it's because I have not met any.
Okay.
But I get your point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it means there's something we're missing. Even going to the Jews, let's look in Kenya, Indians. How many of them have you seen in the streets begging?
None.
So it tells us, Hosea 4:6, my people perish for lack of what?
Knowledge.
No, but let me ask this question, because if you bring it down to Kenya, there are indigenous communities in this country that have done business. The Kambas were always long-distance traders. They were traders. They traded beyond the boundaries of Kenya, even Tanzania, into South Africa. Trading, they are traders. That's why you find Kamba communities in Shimba Hills, and you find them in Taita Taveta. Traders, okay?
Right.
You find them in Masai Land. Well, Makueni neighbors Masai Land, so Kajiado and so forth. But in modern times, that is post-independence, the community that understood business were the Kikuyu. Before independence, the community that actually did business, you're talking about transport, you're talking about commercial business, were actually Luos. Now, so it is not that there were no indigenous people who could do business. Then in this 21st century, the Somali community, the Kenyan Somali, has come out as a business force.
Correct.
The thing that the ones who have had staying power seem to have had is they've understood how to work as groups.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
Correct.
Now the communities you mentioned have also understood how to uplift those who lack in their communities.
Exactly.
The Indians, the Somalis, the Kikuyu.
No. You African nywele ngumu have not figured that one out. This one of how to help watu wetu.
So nitoa Kikuyu hapa.
Toa. They work within the people whom they work with. Hao wengine ambao hawajiwezi, those other communities have a plan.
Exactly.
And they make sure those people also rise up from where they are.
Nimetoa Joroge hapo. There's a very interesting question here from one of our viewers. This is DK. DK anauliza, does government of Kenya save before they start asking folks to save?
They do.
Which government of Kenya?
They do.
This Kenya?
Yes. Central Bank.
I agree with this guy.
The government saves money. I mean, you may not think so. It actually does.
Why are we looking to borrow, I don't know how many billions?
Well, look at it this way. according to our laws,
yes,
the government can borrow for
development.
No, forget development. Just everyday expenditure.
Yes,
that borrowing is a percentage of what we have in the central bank. They can borrow. Okay, for a current expenditure, you can borrow from the central bank.
Yeah.
When you hear of dollars which we have in reserve, it's a saving. And so when businessmen want dollars to buy things,
yes,
they can actually go and do so because there is a saving. But the saving you're referring to is what other people refer to as a sovereign funds.
Maybe perhaps
sovereign fund requires that one, you understand the natural resources you have. When you've met the needs of the country, then you save that one. It's invested. It's not just sitting in a pile where you go no, it is invested. Remember I was telling you the story of how the
Norway sovereign fund.
The Norwegian sovereign fund, when they saw these caterpillar vehicles removing rubble in Gaza, that's when I knew Kumbe they invested in that company.
Yes,
they withdrew their investment. Said them they can't invest in a company that's involved in that sort of
human rights.
They said no. But they are known to be the leaders on the planet when it comes to saving. But they have oil, so they've met their needs. There's one which remains. They don't divide it up among politicians. Okay. Yes.
Victor Lesesiana anasema, but governments spend money as soon as it hits the consolidated fund.
It's their job. The government is not a bank. That is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to spend the money. That's why they have it.
Andrew, we've come to the end of the hour. Perhaps you give us a parting shot as far as today's conversation is concerned.
All right. I'll just like to speak out to parents outside there and really emphasize that whether we like it or not, our children are constantly being exposed to money habits, and unfortunately it's the unhealthy ones. So it's upon us to intentionally step up and counter what the world does to them.
Okay.
This time, it's us to make the decision. Is it us as parents to do that intentionally, or do we leave the world to do that? And given the fact that most of us have had very harsh experiences out of the world programming us, then let's take this opportunity to start a national conversation on financial intelligence for the next generation and be proud of our kids in the future, where they can look back and say, we thank our parents for, breaking the cycle, because that's what actually CHED is all about. We want to break that cycle and start introducing these topics from a very young age.
Okay.
Bob Marley tells us in a song called Redemption Song, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. So we really need to free our minds.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Salamu ziwafikie. Mohamed Murunga amesema insightful discussion. Stephen Chalo amesema good conversation as well. Well, folks, here's where we take a break. When we do return again, in that particular third hour, another conversation takes place.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The State Department for Housing and Urban Development says it will require nearly 400 billion Kenya shillings every year to sustain the affordable housing program, with the State Department warning that the current housing levy collections are insufficient to meet the country's housing targets. Appearing before the National Assembly Department on Committee on Housing, Urban and Public Works, Principal Secretary Charles Hinga added that the department seeks additional 110 to 150 billion Kenya shillings in the 2026-2027 financial year.
If we were to achieve 200,000 a year, it means you multiply 200,000 by 2 million to meet our target of 200,000 units a year. So the question then is, how do you fund 400 billion against 100 billion levy collected?
On the issue of payment of these people, I think it's very clear. There was a commitment, there was a document, get engaged in this particular job, so they must be paid. So, Chair, through you, I'll request that a meeting is quickly pulled together, but for the cases to be given by the PS, Bwana Hinga, then we call in Treasury, round the table, we get the solution by the end of that meeting.
Residents of Nyeri County are sounding the alarm of a surge in the sale and consumption of illicit alcohol, claiming that 4 lives have been lost to the vice. This year alone, the deaths linked to the suspected toxic brews have exposed a dangerous surge in the number of bars within small trading centers, alongside illegal alcohol production in the residential areas. Escalating problems have now forced authorities to launch a multi-agency crackdown. Locals say weak regulation and poor handling of illicit brew cases continue to fuel the deadly trade.
Hakuwa na ugonjwa yoyote. Alikuja akiwa anakunywa. Wakati hapo alifika hapo kwa carpenter, akakaa chini. Mate ilianza kutiririka, na kutoka hiyo siku ndio alikufa.
Wakati tulifika hapo kulikuwa na chupa ya pombe ambayo ni ile alikuwa anaikunywa, na hiyo chupa ilichukuliwa na askari. Wakati wa kuitafuta tukaulizana iko wapi, ile askari alisema aliitupa, na nikaambiwa nigoje, kuna vitu vingine wanataka kufanya uchunguzi. Wakasema wanabakisha 10, lakini sasa zimefunguliwa zote. Nimetoka huko Katito, naona zingine zimefunguliwa milango ya nyuma, watu wanaingia wanatoka wakiwa walevi.
Police have arrested 2 suspected drug traffickers in Mombasa and recovered narcotics worth more than 2 million Kenya shillings. The suspects, identified as Mwanaisha Abdallah Gona and Nancy Njeri, were arrested during a raid at Kwahola village following a tip-off from members of the public. Police recovered about 300 kilograms of cannabis sativa, 3 kilograms of skunk, and 300 grams of heroin, alongside weighing scales and packaging materials believed to be linked to the drug distribution. The 2 are being held at Chaani police station as investigations continue. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has renewed calls for Africa to gain permanent representation on the United Nations Security Council, describing the continent's continued exclusion as a historical injustice. The UN chief said Africa's absence from permanent membership weakens both the legitimacy and effectiveness of Security Council, and stressed the need for reforms to ensure fair global representation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classified.
Shh! Stay close. Just ahead, the king of the savannah. To your left, zebras grazing. Listen, the wild is speaking. This is not a classroom lesson. This is one you experience. With the Wild Scholars Program by the Kenya Wildlife Service, students explore Kenya's wild classrooms for less. Premium parks like Amboseli and Lake Nakuru National Parks now just 500 shillings from 750. Urban and wilderness parks like Nairobi, Savo East and Savo West National Park, 400 shillings from 500. And for school trips, special bus rates up to 45 seats and above 45 seats, 3,000 shillings. Plus free entry for children under 6 years and free entry for up to 3 teachers in all KWS parks, because great lessons are lived. Wild Scholars. Experience, explore, understand.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Andenga Odinga. The Principal Secretary for the State of Department for Sports, Mr. Elijah Mwangi, has assured the Kenyan public that the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations football tournament in 2027 will have top security during the games hosted in Kenya. Mwangi was speaking yesterday during the launch of a 2-day workshop in Kasarani that is organized by the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism.
including the various representatives from the departments of the LOC. And the discussion is to look on what we need to do so that we can have safe, secure, and memorable AFCON 2027.
The workshop is attended by the Kenya Police, Director of Criminal Investigations, FKF, Ministry of Sports, KDF, the National Anti-Terrorism Center, National Disaster Operations Center, and CAF, which was represented by Head of Safety and Security, Dr. Christian Emerua. Manchester United's caretaker manager Michael Carrick might be here to stay.
Drive from him, then another go from Cunha! Mateus Cunha fires home from the edge of the penalty area. Manchester United 1, Liverpool 0.
The club's senior executives are reported to be impressed with the former player and will now recommend him to Sir Jim Ratcliffe as a permanent boss of the club. Since Carrick took over from Ruben Amorim, the Red Devils are now third on the table, with only Manchester City and Arsenal above them. A direct guarantee that they will play Champions League football next season. They play Nottingham Forest next, this coming Sunday at Old Trafford. And that's your sports. Good morning.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. It is now 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast with City Muga as well. In studio, we also do have our guest, and we want to talk about unlocking opportunities in South Africa and why perhaps Kenya is topping the list. With us is the COO of South African Qualifications Authority, that is SACA, Dr. Makapa Makafola. A very good morning to you, Doctor. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to your listeners and the Kenyan people, and I'm very grateful to be here.
Right.
And thank you for inviting me to share with you.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
We have a similar authority in Kenya. It's called the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. I'm assuming you guys perform the same functions?
Yes, we do. We call it's our sister organization, and we really play a very strong role in helping them establish the KNQA.
Right. Maybe you can tell us some of the milestones the SACA has achieved since its establishment. When we talk about Qualifications Authority, what exactly is it that you're qualifying?
SACA has been in existence for 30 years. We call ourselves the first generation of qualifications frameworks. And people sometimes are surprised, why is it in Africa happening? So we set the benchmark for qualification framework in the world. Even Europeans benchmark with us, yes. So we are the first with New Zealand and Australia. So everybody else came after us. So they learned from us. So it's one of the things that we pride ourselves of. And the reason why the qualification framework became the center of attention in South Africa is because we came from the fragmented past. So before the new dispensation of 1994, we had about 19 education departments. So the qualification framework was used as integration of all national qualification, national departments into one. So then that's how the qualification framework was established in South Africa. It's one of the first act of education and training, 1994.
All right.
And that's why we're celebrating 20 years of existence. So the idea was just to, because South Africa, based on the past, there was fragmentation in terms of people who were what you call divided according to the race, in terms of where do you go to school, what kind of careers can you follow. So the framework was used more as a tool to integrate the education system and to give everybody opportunity to pursue whatever they want to pursue in life, not to be caught enough in a small space where you only focus on certain careers. I mean, you couldn't do certain careers. You couldn't be an engineer during that time in South Africa. So it was only open for a few. So with the new era, then everybody could be able to go anywhere. Even schooling system could go anywhere. You can live anywhere. So I think this was used as a way of trying to bring the education system and trying to bring people who were disadvantaged, even people who are not even allowed to go to school.
Yeah.
So there was that opening about lifelong learning. Trying to really embrace everybody else so that they can be allowed to play a part in this space. As in your case, I mean, you can talk about the Jua Kali here in Kenya, where people, so that's what they're trying to address around issues of recognition of prior learning.
It's interesting you've mentioned the Jua Kali sector in Kenya, which is the informal sector. What do you call it in South Africa? Or it's just informal?
We don't have a term for it. Actually, I was really fascinated when I was in Kenya. I came for the graduation.
Right.
Something that really, stuck in my head since then. To say, when we apply some of these policies, we tend to forget the majority of the people. And something that I had to give to the Kenyan people to really focus on the informal sector to try and get them into recognition. So we ran a parallel project in South Africa called RPL for entrepreneurship. We are targeting the very same, informal sector, trying to get them into recognition so they can be able to do business with government, even, trade outside the country as well.
Yeah. Jua Kali is actually a Swahili word meaning hot sun, because a lot of these people in the informal sector actually work under the hot sun.
Out in the open.
Out in the open. They're the ones who struggle. We call them hustlers at times. So there are those people who, are really, they're the ones who are holding the economy, for lack of a better word. Yeah. Okay. So, opportunities in South Africa. Maybe you can highlight some of the things that perhaps a Kenyan would be interested in, as far as whether it's investing or coming, living, and what are the opportunities we're looking at here?
One of the things, because of the qualification framework, we're trying to strengthen our present position within the continent. So as Sako is saying, Africa first. As I was chatting with you, that we are the first generation of qualification framework in the world. So one of the things that we took strategically as the current executive to say, we need to really zoom into the continent. Not only that, try to help the continent so that we allow free of movement between countries. And one of the requirements about mobility is based on qualification and issues around skills recognition. So this is one of the biggest role that qualification frameworks are playing. So for us, I mean, we felt that, in order for us to allow ease of move in terms of, skills or trying to even to enhance public awareness and support, so that we inform people about what the opportunities are there in terms of, and not only that, even to harmonize the education system. So that somebody's coming from Kenya, they shouldn't struggle, so that it says, no, qualification doesn't fit us. So we're very clear to say, with qualification framework, we can say, no, I mean, this qualification sit at this level. So therefore, you can be able to come in to whether to study or to work, and there's some of the opportunities that we're looking at as well. So the biggest one, what we see as a trend, we see most of people wanting to come to South Africa to further their studies because of some of the good institutions that we have. So that is why we're saying, in terms of, for you to come to South Africa to get a visa, whether for work related or for study purposes, you have to come through us and work very close with KenQA to verify some of the people's qualification. So that's what we see now. Kenya growing is one of the top 10 African countries that we tend to deal with. I think maybe it's because of the relationship we have with KenQA. So you can see that relationship is growing. So I think about 5, 6 years we didn't see that, but now we start to see the demand in terms of verification of qualification and skills from Kenya.
I remember when I was in high school in the early 2000s, and I was interested in studying at Witwatersrand, right? Because I have relatives in South Africa, and they kept on telling me, when you finish your Form 4, just come over. But they told me about this matriculation system. Is it still there, where you have got to do some kind of, is it examination? What exactly is matriculation?
For you to get into university in South Africa, one of the major is National Senior Certificate. So it's more people who are doing grade 12, because in the past it's from 4, from 5. So once you get into that, once you get your NSC, then you can go and study at university. So that's one of the requirements for you to further your studies in South Africa.
All right. And this applies to foreigners or even locals?
Look, in terms of what you do, that's why we have the National Qualification Framework. So the National Qualification Framework, we look in terms of when you exit school in Kenya, is it equivalent in school in South Africa? So the what do you call the qualification forum will sit down and said, based on our understanding of the Kenyan system.
Yes.
So this person definitely can walk in.
All right.
And that's why one of the things I was saying, we have a lot of students who wants to have been studied their undergraduate at VETS. I mean, take VETS as well. University of Cape Town. Those are institutions that are recognized internationally as well.
Okay.
So and we start to see most of people coming into even to study masters and PhDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So in terms of in terms of what Kenyans can do, doctors and nurses, or are those spaces already filled up?
I think one of the what do we have inside, we have what we call critical skills lists of when people come in, we look in terms of what is that is a gap within the country. So issues around your engineering.
Yes,
it's one of the target markets that you're looking at. Issues around your cyber security. So all these future jobs, greening jobs. So those are the things that we tend to, because that's what you're looking for when you come to the country. For you to get a visa, are you bringing in the critical skills, and that's how people are recruited in the country. So we see that kind of trend. Even not only about studying further, people coming in with some of those skills to come and really make an impact. That's what we are looking for. And one of the easiest ways to look for, you have to look for diaspora, to recruit your own to come in to build the economy of the country. And again, ease of movement as well. You have Benny McCarthy coaching the national team. So there's that kind of exchange. It's not only about a particular field, but in various fields. And I mean, I always say one of the VCs that I work with is from Kenya, the institution that I used to work. So he's originally from Kenya. So you have people, and his background was more in agriculture.
Yeah.
So I mean, those science background qualifications we're looking at. So I mean, mainly it's around skills. But what do you see as the highest numbers of people that come in for them to study further rather than looking for jobs? I mean, those job market. I mean, we do have people in computer science, in engineering. But I think in terms of 70% of the people that are coming from Kenya, this mainly for study purposes. So only 30% that are more about study and
the reason I'm asking is because I know from Kenya we export a lot of talent as far as and skills as well. But as far as nurses are concerned, teachers, we export a lot of teachers, especially to the Middle Eastern countries, and they go there and they teach mainly English and perhaps Swahili or whatever. We also, like I said, we have nurses. Lately we have been exporting also a lot of skilled workers to the Middle East also. We're talking about drivers, we're talking about taxi drivers, we're talking pilots.
Yes.
Really?
Airline
to Saudi.
Yes, the Middle East.
Okay.
Most of the airlines in the Middle East have very many Kenyan pilots. Yes.
And chances are those pilots studied in South Africa.
Many people who study in that particular field go to South Africa to fine-tune their skills.
Yeah.
We don't have the capacity that South Africa has. No, we don't.
To train pilots?
No, we train them up to a certain basic level. But the levels that now enable you to be able to fly certain types of airplanes and do certain things, certain capacities of planes, that only you get in South Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
I think to just support what you just said, because I was saying most of the time Kenyans who come to South Africa is more about advancing their skills, the teaching, and isn't in focus areas where you feel that Kenya doesn't.
In fact, one of the areas, for instance, that we collaborate enormously with South Africa is in the biomedical research field. Now, it's not spoken of because biomedical researchers tend to talk to themselves about the things they do. Okay. Every once in a while they tell the world what they're doing.
What are you trying to say, City?
Well, it's a field I worked in for 17 years, so I know.
Wow.
I know because I did a lot of work in South Africa as well, so I know.
Are you saying they're mad?
No, they're not mad. The nature of the work and the collaboration that is required.
So they talk to the viruses and the
No. They talk to for research to be the process to be efficacious. There is need for you to have multi-site studies.
Yeah.
So that whatever it is you're looking into can be corroborated by other people who are not in your space. Now, if you're talking about research grants, research programs, there is no country on this continent that has the abundance of all these like South Africa. It's not really complicated. It's just simple and straightforward, like I'm telling it to you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So because of that, collaboration with South Africa, especially, I'm specific, biomedical research, is at the core of it. Now, because I worked in the HIV and AIDS research and then care and treatment, And because of the disease burden in Kenya and South Africa, a lot of collaboration in that field worked, and even in developing protective mechanisms, in developing interventions, the two countries were involved and collaborated immensely. And some of the headquarters for the things that were being done was in South Africa. Why? They already had a structure. We have Kenya Medical Research Institute, but they had a better structure and they had a longer experience in these things. So when you collaborate, collaboration also means you learn.
Yeah.
There's something I wanted to ask you, Dr. Makapa.
Yes.
Walk us through the South African education system. What is it like from the time somebody is in kindergarten, they go to the primaries? What is the structure of the South African education system?
Thank you. In terms of we have what you call the basic schoolings, where you have the foundation phase, your grade R, those before the starting schooling at 7, and it's compulsory for the children to go to school. And then from then on, after your grade RR, then you go through your junior phase of study, which is your grade 1 to grade 7, which is a primary schooling. I think it's called primary schooling.
Primary school here.
Yes. So then then they move to primary school, and then from then on you move to high school. So high school, you have from grade 8 to 12. Okay. But it's divided in terms of 8 to 9. 8, 9 is more of your junior phase of high schooling, and then grade 10, grade 9, you start to choose your subject as well, whether you're going to go into the sciences or you're going to go
the arts.
Yeah. That's where
we recently introduced that like some 5 years ago.
Yeah. So for us, that's been so for 8th grade 9, then the students start to understand whether I'm aligned to this, and then from then on you go to grade 10. And then grade 10, and then 11, 12. That's when grade 12 is the national senior certificate we're talking about.
Yes.
Now, what we have currently now, we have, maybe just to give you a background, just to step back a little bit. So, where the national qualification framework plays a part. What we have in South Africa, we have 3 sub-frameworks. So, we have the basic, the schooling framework, which is NQF level 1 to 4. It's run by Lucy around exams and all those. And then we have the higher education space, which is NQF level 5 to 10. This is where you have your higher certificate, diplomas, degrees, masters, and PhDs.
Okay.
And then we have the category where the TVET colleges are. It's called occupational space. So this is a OQ space. This is where your occupational qualification sits from NQF level 1 to 8. So this is more about your hands-on training and all those things that actually I think the continent needs more than the other side, but I know it's for another day. So in terms of the schooling now, once you reach your grade 9, you can be able to move to the occupational space if you are somebody who's more into mechanics and some of these hands-on qualifications. So you can go through that NQF level and until you reach NQF level 8. Or you can continue to the schooling one, the academic route, which is your national senior certificate. Then you go to grade 11, 10, 11, 12. And then from then on you proceed to the university. So this is how our schooling system is based on the sub-framework of the national qualification framework. So where the students, they have an opportunity of choosing whether I'm going occupational, where you have your plumbers, your mechanics, and this is what the JUACAL is trying to address as well. So we're trying to grow that sector. Because as you know, I think maybe it's because of the colonial past, we all want to do degrees. So as a drive in South Africa, and I see it in Kenya as well, issues around TVET has become the focus of most countries within the continent. Because we're looking more for skills, for people who can do the job, not for all of us sitting in offices. So it's something that the country is investing a lot in, and I know that Kenya is doing the same thing as well within the space of occupation TVET colleges.
What process did the South African government have to undertake to bring the education that was offered to the people who were non-white, to bring it to be on par with what the whites were enjoying?
I think that this is where I was saying the national qualification framework became the tool of transforming the education system in South Africa.
Yes.
So that, I mean, so you have to understand that we're going to do the same curriculum, we're going to go into the same schooling. So this was one of the most transformative act that was passed by Parliament, the first act actually in education and training, the National Qualification Framework, so that everybody else was integrated into one. It didn't come easy. It came. There was pains. You could imagine what you have to go through.
That is exactly what I'm asking. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I can use myself as an example. I mean,
yes.
And because I studied in the UK.
Yes.
So when the 1994 happened, I happened to be going. I was back home.
Yes.
And at that time, because I wanted to enroll for a PhD. I just completed my master's in Manchester.
Yes.
So came back home. I said it's the time to come back, and I enrolled in one of the institutions. I'm telling you, it was one of the. I mean, you come from a place where you can talk to everybody. But and you start to feel that tension. First of all, people will just walk past you, and so they think you're one of the cleaners or something else. They don't believe that you're really studying PhD. I'm a PhD in chemistry, so you're sitting out there and somebody said to you. So I was giving the office right at the far end, so right at the exit, so that nobody sees you as you come in. Again, you become so shocked because you just come from a system where you do everything.
There's a lot of academic freedom.
Yes, but now you're coming in and you're putting so many.
And this is home.
Yes, and this is your home. And everybody thinks that, can you clean this for me? So you walk to, I said, no, I'm here to do an experiment. I'm setting up
I'm here to do titration.
Yes, and it was a very, and people think. But again, you have to manage those emotions.
Yes.
So I even remember when, because as part of the PhD students, they're part of the staffing. And you're allowed to do some part-time teaching. So
you become a tutorial fellow.
Yes. So then one of I was only giving tutorial for there's a program called Renaissance for most of our black kids who are coming those institutions. So they put you don't teach the other group, so you're put with your people. So those are the things that you're trying to manage. But one of the things that I always share with my kids, I say, then they call it departmental meeting. So we're sitting there as a chemist, and now the language changed to Afrikaans, not English. So and then I kept quiet. Then I responded because I studied Afrikaans and at my
you knew how to speak the language.
I couldn't speak the language, and they were shocked. But I mean, those are some of the things that we have to manage. I mean, I always say to my kids, it's easy for them to come in. So you have to try and manage that as well. Perceptions of people and how. I mean, even the very same supervisors doesn't treat the same respect that you treat your fellow.
As I'm listening to you, I'm thinking you are adjusting, but your colleagues had a harder time adjusting than you.
Oh, definitely.
To accept you as an equal, that was very difficult.
It was one of the most painful things. They thought I was one of the cleaners or maybe doing gardening. So,
was it painful for you or for them?
Look, you remember even the same UK, in UK you still find the same system. Yeah, I mean, one of the weirdest things that happened, so we were given an experiment. So, in chemistry, we go and do experiments from there. And then the lecturer concerned said to me, so he gave the guy that, gave somebody A and he gave me C-. I said, no, I know how to do these calculations.
Yes.
Well, you did not. When so-called Mr. X, I said, no, actually, I teach him how to do these things.
Yes. So he cannot get an A and I get a
Z. Yes, that will never happen. He says, how do you? I said, no, because we still live in the same block of flats. I said, I spend most of the time helping him with chemistry.
Yes.
It's the other way around.
So it's not him helping me.
No, and sometimes what you happen in the class in the UK, so if you sit up front, the lecturer, everybody else sits, so the lecturer walk past you, address you find that's number 4, 5, 6, that's where everybody sits. So you find it everywhere. It's not like UK is different. So it's because I have to cope there. You're far from, at least in South Africa, I can rush back to the township, be with my people.
Yes.
In the UK, when you get into the bus, you see the very same people.
Yeah.
You sit on a bus,
they're right
nobody sit next to you. So so you have to manage that. So it's not like it was not there in the UK. But again, you have to cope. You're still a youngster, very radical.
But things have changed, right? I mean, both in the UK and South Africa.
Yes, I think to me, because that time, I mean, it was the 80s, that things have just changed. But as I say, I mean, they were more shocked. They couldn't adapt to you as a person. And you, as you get home, at home, you can always go back to your people to say, you get to the township, then you're
maybe one time when you get the chance, you'll come back and we'll talk about growing up in apartheid South Africa, right?
Definitely.
Now, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, how is it? Because Kenya, South Africa, we are working within that space.
Yes.
What are some of the opportunities right there? How is it enhancing the cooperation between our two countries?
Yes, the space we are in, we're trying to really enhance that around skills, around opportunities that exist. And I think one of the things that I gave you is, we're not focusing only on qualification, particular skills, and with skills comes investment.
Yeah.
So there's areas that to me they're very. The biotechnology is one, just you mentioned, my left hand side. It's one of the growing things, and one of the biggest things that will become issues around your future skills, your AI, your green technologies. This is where the opportunity between the two countries actually are linked from one another. I always tell people that coming to Kenya, when I live here, when I came here, the Jokali, then I left with it, and we're trying to implement the same thing when you get back home.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of the things that I like about. I always say we have the same background. We deal with immigrants, we're dealing with immigrants as well. So we have people in the South coming to South Africa for that, and the same thing in Kenya. So we have those commonalities as well. But in terms of trade issues around, future skills, I think this is where we can really work together to support one another. To really have exchange, between the two countries as well. And around ICT is one of the biggest things that we are looking at. Sometimes we do get people from China, but it would be nice to work close with people within the continent. I think Kenya is one of our best friends within that space as well.
You mentioned this whole issue of immigrants, and we've been seeing all these stories on social media to do with xenophobia. Now, obviously, I'm not there, so I wouldn't really have a picture of what exactly is going on, apart from, again, what is being reported and what is being said.
Yes.
Perhaps you can let us know what exactly is the issue, because one time it's there, another time it's not. It's kind of confusing for someone who has not been there or even has relatives there. It's not really clear for them.
I think, to me, when you talk about that, especially at the lower level, they always have those tensions.
Yeah.
Because you feel that you're taking a simple job that I do have. And I always say, give us an example that some of us spend a lot of time within the continent. So as I always say, education goes a long way in educating people that you need to be able to embrace one another.
Yeah.
And the tension comes when people are fighting for whatever scraps that is left there, to say I should be the one picking it up. But one thing that I like about their government, they always make sure that they engage and they really support people who come into the country. So I think you have the will from the government to really protect the people and to really trying to help our people to educate. I mean, we do that as well, as we say, taking the NQF to the people. It's part of us trying to educate our people to say we have to embrace one another. We have to make sure that we exist as a continent, not see each other as enemies, but as friends.
Yeah.
When you have a generational change, there are people who don't understand the role that other African countries played in helping South Africa get their independence. They don't know. They may read about it, but they don't know how crucial it is. They also don't know how many South Africans actually lived in these other countries before they actually got independence. The generational change often brings about this particular problem. Here, though, we have a unique situation. If such a thing happened, I'd point fingers at the politicians immediately. Immediately, because it is the politicians who encourage people to invade other people's land. It's the politicians who encourage other people to be to be squatters. Anything that seems to break the law and it involves large numbers of people, usually they've been instigated by some politician. But as you say correctly, before the continent understands how it is it can gel together and how people can work, such processes must be gone through, and it is not as bad as people think. For this reason, when it rears its head, you know the problem, so you can now address it.
Definitely.
If it is quiet and you never see it, and then it erupts, it causes a lot more problems than when you see it coming up and coming out. You see for instance, we had similar problems in the 1980s and 90s. You would find pockets of people who are against the Kenyan Asian community, saying these people own everything. It was not true. Somebody wanted to blame every economic problem on a small group of people, and it was not true at all. So it was overcome with time. And then a habit we have, and again it's politicians, they will stereotype a community and say, these problems we have, it is these people who cause it. It means that politician is diverting you from the things he should do for you and making it a problem for someone. But as we mature, we understand these things, and part of the problem is most people, beyond the boundaries even of where they were born, they don't travel out.
Yeah. I think I just like what you just touched, and I'll say this: it's not only it is a global phenomenon. See what's happening in America. People don't want to go to the World Cup, as an example. I was in the UK. People, now they are fighting. Says we don't want immigrant in our spaces.
Yes, they're saying that.
So I mean, to me, the world is at that stage where, and it's about leadership. I like what you said. In some of those countries, the way people are deported in the USA. For no particular reason.
Yes.
These are people who build the economy of the America.
Yes.
I mean, the same thing happened in Ireland, happened in England.
Yes.
Where, because you see, that sometimes there's influence. I like what you say. It's what the leadership tend to communicate.
Yes.
That leads to that. And sometimes we have to manage these tensions. It goes a long way to educate our people. So it's very important that we engage so people understand who we are. It's very easy to accept somebody from the global north, but you don't want to accept somebody within the continent. That's why we as SACCO, we are very strategic, says continent first. And I said this when I address people all over the world. I said my priority is the continent first, to make sure that the continent is at the same level as we are at.
Yeah.
And we invest. I mean, it's not only being here, it costs some. So we invest in some of these exercises. We host our fellow, coalition and framework to come and train them to understand. So they're all in the same space, so that the ease of movement. So it's sometimes it's the leadership, will to do things. Like as an organization, we took that stance as SACCO to say Africa first. This is our strategy for the next 5 years.
If you look at, say, the two countries I'm going to point out to, France and, say, Germany in the West, members of the EU.
Yes.
There are parties that are referred to as national parties. These are the parties who normally have a narrative for expelling the people they call immigrants. In Germany, there's a very large Turkish population. Because of the generational change that I spoke of, many of them forget that historically the Turks were invited to go to Germany to help rebuild it. Invited. And they stayed, and over time, part of the problem is they were never allowed to become citizens, and if they were given paper, they were never allowed to vote. You see? But they stayed there. And you'll find there are people who target them. The French had a system of assimilation, and their colonies, they allowed their colonies to treat France as their country, their mother country, so that their countries were an extension of France. So because of that, people moved to France. The generational changes come about, and they forget that the colonial policies are the one that made it possible for all these people who are calling immigrants to come to your country, because you went to their country first, okay? But it isn't spoken of clearly enough. What people point to is what is being done. And the other thing that is also not spoken of, these European countries have aging populations. We have youthful populations. So it stands to reason that there are things those countries will not be able to do because their population alone doesn't
allow.
No, it's not really complicated. You go to Japan, they have a similar problem. You go to Italy, they have a similar problem. So those of us who have young populations, whether they like it or not, will be invited to go to their countries.
They've already started.
Yes.
They've already started. And they're aware because most of our people, that because of COVID, they've lost a lot of their core working skills. So everybody comes. We talk about the nursing. The same people come to us. They're looking for our nurses. They're looking for teachers. So we are really, but we have to be very strategic in terms of how, people tap into that so that we don't find ourselves where we are today. So it's because we have diamond now, which is our youth, and it's important for us to really reskill them to make sure that they are ready to allow them to be out there, so that they can help grow our own economy as well, because that's where money sits.
How easy or difficult is it to get a visa to South Africa?
In terms of, it's not the most difficult thing, especially if you come and in terms of sometimes you come as a visitor one is very easy. For one to study, it's as I say, you need to go through our processes and you're allowed to come in. And one of the things that's why we are here as well, to try and help and allow some of those who applied to really, one of that we're having challenges is our turnaround time. So us being here as well is to really engage with the KNQA to make sure that people don't, they don't take that long for them to be able to verify so that they come in. Because the study visa and work visa are different from, the visiting one.
Yeah. You mentioned something at the beginning of this conversation, and you said that Kenya is, top 10 in terms of the list. What is unique about Kenyans that, is at that level in terms of the list?
I think one thing that we see is the thing we're discussing about. We say actually what we are seeing there's a huge number of most of our counterparts within the continent want to come to South Africa because they don't want to go to the USA, to the UK, because of the institutions that we have as well. And maybe with this particular one, the numbers of Kenya, I'm having the last 3-4 years, maybe the relationship between the two qualification framework was we tend to talk about the ease of movement, because that might have an influence, and again the issues around the trade and the things that we do exchange, and people start to see opportunity. And I mean, most people that I bump into, I was in Joburg, I stayed there 2 years, so we have that kind of relationship. And a best friend of mine married a Kenyan woman, so he lives in South Africa. They're together in South Africa, so there's that kind of interrelations. I don't know how it came about, but you see, there's something somewhere it happens. Maybe you can share with us because you know more about
well, I worked South Africa is a very interesting country. The work I was doing was the work with microbicides, okay? And the center for the microbicide program was in Western Cape. There's a town called Paarl. Now, when I first went to Paarl, one of the first questions I asked when I walked in the streets was, are there Africans in this town? Honestly, yes. Because the hotel I was staying in, there were 2 Africans. This is wine land, vineyard land, okay? When I went to the supermarket in town, again I saw 3 Africans. And then I was told, no, if you stand at the hotel in the afternoon, there's a train in the horizon that sort of like traverses, there is a township across there. So I had to go and see the township myself. Now, what I'm saying is, while working on this same program, now, because it was an international partnership for microbicides, so Oxford University was also involved. So we met in Kilifi. That's a town in the north coast of Kenya. And I was talking to a professor who came from Durban. And I was explaining to him my experience of how I went to this town and I could count the Africans I found there. He was shocked. He said, really? He said, is it true? I said, yes. I am telling you my lived experience. And I kept going there. It was a beautiful town. It was near a town that is predominantly French called Franschhoek. Now, if you've never been to South Africa, you will not understand how beautiful that country is. And you will not understand how it is that there has been this struggle to find how to get along with each other. Okay? I, as a foreigner, was treated differently from the Africans who were indigenous South Africans.
Okay.
I was treated different. I could see the difference. Okay. What am I saying? I am saying that just by being there, this program lasted a number of years. Every day was a learning
experience.
Yes, because every time you'd talk to your colleagues, there were very many racial slurs you'd hear. They were not aware.
They were not aware of what?
That they're making racial slurs. Like, for instance, I remember a comment one of the colleagues made. That is Afrikaans area. Most of the people are the Africans. He said, problem with these colored people. So I didn't correct her then. I waited later and said, do you know what you've just done? You're profiling that person. I said, what? I said, you're profiling them. You're saying these people. By saying
you're
othering them by saying that. You could see the shock. But this is what somebody had grown up and was accustomed to doing. So the learning process to move out of that, in Kenya we were fortunate, we had moved out of that a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay? So it is a process that the continent has to go through. Yes. It's not an easy one, but it is a process we have to go through. Yes.
As far as recognition of prior learning is concerned, does the SACA have that?
Yes, we do. And there's some of the what you call good practice that we shared with our counterparts in QA. And I think to me, sometimes we help them set up the system around the recognition of prior learning. But what majority of people who benefited were not when you talk about the Joakali, this is one of the impactfulness of RPL. So RPL has been in application for quite some time, but mainly focusing on people in the education space. So, or those, from work, and then they can utilize RPL. So with currently what we are doing, we have a project that is focusing on trying to help the informal sectoral people to really benefit so that they can be able to do business with government, or they can even utilize their skills to, if they want to work outside the country, that can happen. So this is something that we are rolling out. We have the what you call hashtag take the NQF to the people. So we move around in villages, in taxi rank, in bus, just telling them about the opportunities within what is the NQF, how can they benefit out of the NQF, and how can you help them with issues around RPL. We have people who have been selling vegetables for a very long time.
Yes.
It's a particular skill for 20 years of their life, for their decades.
Yeah.
But it's because
someone has been a mechanic and they've been doing this since their grandfather.
Yes.
Yeah.
But and that's what we are targeting with this project, and this is some of the learnings. As you come, sometimes you help to support your brother, your sister, like in KNK, and then they come boom with this Joakali, and then they are ahead of us. So and then we took that to say this is from our sister organization. It's something that we want to take with us, and really, and we start to pick up that kind of of momentum around rolling out this to, and only at South African, because the whole idea of the qualification framework was try to really allow those who are not in the formal sector to be able to get recognition, whether through job promotions or even get some sort of a qualification. And some of the good stories around recognition for prior learning, especially people in broadcasting.
Yes,
were people who obtain master's cum laude with just through RPL. So they were admitted, and then they have to do a dissertation. So some of our singers,
and they have masters.
Yes, yes. So there's some of the impactful that we have within the recognition of prior learning,
and this allows them also now to get PhDs.
Yes, definitely. And most of some of the people who were working as managers, or most of our business schools tend to apply RPL very well.
Yeah.
So you have people who really being admitted into business schools to study MBAs or even study something, or maybe postgraduate diplomas,
yes,
through recognition of prior learning. So we start to see that impact in terms of people who really didn't have an opportunity to go to school.
Yeah.
But now they use their work experience as part of, they are being assessed in terms of where they are. Then from then on, they can be admitted into a particular program. And one thing, the beauty about issues around admission using RPL, it's not about you can enter from anything from a junior degree to an honors, or up to a master's and a PhD, depending how you've been assessed and at that level. And that's why I give that good example, because I'm talking to people in media to say, we've got well-known people who are broadcasters who work for almost 20, 30 years, and their work has been so impactful that they were assessed by some of our institutions, and we have institutions that are doing very well around recognition of prior learning.
Yeah, I like that idea. I don't know. I doubt it's happening here, but perhaps you can talk.
We do, but not to the levels that
of
South
masters.
Africa does. No.
Yeah, that one is not.
We
there.
are still at certificate level. Artisans who have been at this for a long time and have been hindered from growing their businesses because people want some evidence of the qualifications. So we are at that level. We are moving towards the diploma. But it hasn't quite been finalized. But the understanding that this was necessary has been there. We had something which we used to call the government trade test. This one, if you're an artisan, there are 3 grades. You go to 1, 2, and 3. They would test your knowledge, give you a little brushing up so that you also understand the technical, because the artisan knows what to do. So you take them to the theory of it, something that they would not know. And by the time somebody becomes a grade 3 artisan, that person is very knowledgeable. They know about what they have known is the practice, but now they know the practice and they know the theory at a very advanced level. It makes them very, very competent.
Yeah.
But again, countries that have adopted it, Australia have adopted this, and part of the reason is
what they've recognized this.
This RPL, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They take it to the master's level.
PhD. For instance, if like what we do here, everything we do here can actually be reproduced in print. Okay.
Yes.
Now, for people who are in print journalism and have had years of it, what they demand, I'm talking about, say, one university that I know of.
Yes.
They demand, they give you a scholarship, it's a 3-year scholarship, but you don't write short stories, you write a book based on the things that you have been speaking. That will be your thesis, that will be your PhD project.
Okay.
So they don't ask you to do something different. It's just what you've been doing. Yes. So
I like that.
3 years,
yeah,
and you get your PhD. You see, this robust way of honoring learning and understanding makes it possible for very many people who thought they couldn't do certain things, when we're this linear way of doing things where you have to go through the academic process and acquire the academic qualifications before you can actually do anything.
But you see, now this allows you to acquire academic qualifications without necessarily having to attend a classroom.
Actually, you do attend a class, and you've been attending a class throughout. The things you do is class. You may not think so.
Well, I'm talking about the traditional class of teacher-student.
Actually, it is the same, because when you're an artisan, you'll be an apprentice. There is somebody who's teaching you. You know what we call spanner boy?
Right.
Yes. Bring that
Do you have spanner boys in South Africa?
Yes. Bring that spanner. You're learning. Number 12. No, this is number 3. Within a year, you know exactly what is required.
He gives you the spanner and tells you, okay, now, can you tighten it?
Yes, exactly. No, don't kill it.
Yes.
Just a little twist. Does it seem firm? No. Give it another twist. Stop there. Yes.
Okay. I admire this one, whereby you allow folks who've never been to a class, they never did undergrad, to actually acquire qualifications up to master's level, because that one unlocks opportunities you cannot imagine.
Look, I think, to me, I mean, those are the good stories. I mean, so most of our institutions are doing exactly that. And when we had a conference last year, we had people who came from nowhere. I mean, they grew up in the community, and now they are graduated. They have masters, and some of them, they live through their stories, how they came about. Because I think, to me, what is important, that's why we're trying to, when I say we have this hashtag, take the interest to the people. Because the information is not there to our people. So when you're out there to share with them these opportunities, you know, and you can be able to do A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
So I think what is important, you can write your life. I mean, it's very easy. I mean, you can be interviewed. I mean, you know, we can turn this into something that you write, and you write. It's about you. I always say, use your CV, it's portfolio of evidence. I've worked for so many years. I've done this. I've done everything else in terms of studio, from behind the scenes to interviewing people.
Yes.
I've written pieces. I've put things together. I mean, and that has been assessed to the level to say, but where you are in terms of your work, you know, your portfolio of evidence shows that you're at this level. You can enter at this level, and then from then on, they'll just identify gaps where they say, maybe you can do A, B, C, D, and once that is done, and then you come out.
Right.
And I think, to me, this is one of the most powerful instruments that we have within the collection framework. I think we don't utilize it to its full potential.
Yeah.
And something that, when people are asking us, you know, what is that, when I was sitting yesterday in the parliament, what is that you want to share with us?
Yes.
Because you are the first generation. I was saying, you know, one of the things that we utilize as part of transformation is the RPL. And most of our people, and I use mining because I did work in that sector before.
Yes.
I mean, we have people who are do drilling. You know, they can give you that drill. First of all, you don't even hold it yourself.
Yes.
But they can even tell you that we'll be wasting our time to drill on this one because you're not going to find anything.
They know.
Yeah, they tell you, you know, because they've studied the rock.
Yes.
They understand. So now these people, they're talking about people who understand mineralogy. But because they've never been to school, you can come in with all your PhDs in mineralogy, but they'll tell you, no, you're wasting your time.
Yes.
And those are the people who knows. He says, no, if you go down here, this is going to collapse. So they understand the underground so much.
Yes.
And as an intern, I did my training in one of the mines in South Africa.
Right.
So, and I was working in a control, where you control all the mining operations in terms of, you know, where the soil comes in, separated until you collect a gold.
The mineral, yes.
So now you see there, and then as a youngster, I was excited to see all these operations. And these guys have their way, so they show me everything in terms of how it works. These are just people with no schooling.
Yes.
And then you have, and this is where sometimes some of this apartheid past, it makes you laugh. So now you have a white person who's happened to be engineer, overseeing all these processes. So this guy said to me, you know what, this is how they've set up, and if we shut this portal,
right,
so the alarm is going to go off, and then nothing was going to operate. So let's do it. So one evening they said to me, just shut that portion of the plant. And it was the arsenic bag. So I switched it off. And then the alarm went off. The engineers normally, because white privilege, they'll stay in the, they don't stay in the plant. Yes. They stay somewhere in their houses. So when the alarm, then he came running, trying, what's happening? So he ran around and they look at him. Yeah. And then they said, no, let him show you. Let the youngster show you how it's done. So then he says, no, set it up. And, and then we unlocked it. And it worked, the magic. I said, these are people who know the plant more than you as an engineer. So, but again, those are the people that we did really, as I said, we didn't really reward them. But some of them they managed to get through that. So that's one good example. All right. And I remember when I was in the US during my postdoc, one of these youngsters said to me, I said, the first heart transplant was done in South Africa. He says, you got to be kidding. Africa? I said, yes. And I know who did. It's not the doctor himself. It's the guy who was helping the doctor who managed to say, no, do this. And he was honored after so many years. So he was never recognized. So that's where RPL becomes very critical. So we have people who really do one of the most complex things. Okay. But they're not recognized. And there's one woman we called Mama Tlangu in South Africa who do one of the best painting. I think he painted one of the most expensive BMWs. You look at her paintings, it's one of the most complex mathematical equation. Wow. Now, that's a mathematician in making. So those are the people that need to be rewarded because their thinking goes far beyond what you see. Yes, I agree with you, Daktari. Unfortunately, this is where we come to an end as far as our very enthralling conversation is concerned. Yeah. But before we exit, let me just see if I can is it recoup or recap? Just focus on a few areas here. I know one thing. South Africa, not South Africa, but East Africa is also trying to have something similar, whereby in the East Africa community. We can have some kind of qualifications authority collaboration. I'm sure you're aware of that. Is that something that you're also encouraging, because now it's going to be easier dealing with an entire community of about 7 countries to do that exchange of skills and trade? Yes, we work very closely with the visitors. It's called IGAD. They came to South Africa, so the whole region, and we have we started the one in Southern Africa called Southern African Development SADC Qualification Framework. Yes. So we do have that. Where there's ease of movement within SADC. So it's easier if you work from country, if you work within region to region, so that you don't deal with one particular country. And Kenya is one of the leading countries in terms of the eastern country. Yes. Just to get everybody on board. Okay. So it's one of the best. Actually, it's easier to work with a group rather than work with one. Then we refer to one. We do reference to one particular framework. Then people can be able to move between countries as well. All right. All right, someone is asking, this is a request from one of our listeners. They are saying that you tell us in, I don't know which South African language you speak, because I'm sure there are very many there. She is asking that you said, thanks for tuning into Radio Generation and have a good day in your language. Okay. Yeah. Radio Generation. All right. I experienced something very long, but thank you very much, Daktari.
That was long.
It was long. Let me say, thank you very much. Thank you so much. How did you say thank you again? I won't even try that. Okay. But thank you so much. I've had that one. Every time I'm speaking to my cousins, they throw in that word somewhere in our conversation. Yeah. But thank you so much. We appreciate you taking your time to come to Kenya, have these conversations, clear up the air on some of the issues that, of course, Kenyans have. Let's continue talking. Perhaps something great will come out of it. No, definitely. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
No, we are privileged to have you here. Thank you.
All right. Folks, don't go too far. The news is coming up next. And in the next hour, which we already aimed, by the way, a different conversation takes place.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Voters in 3 counties are casting their ballots today as voting kicked off smoothly in the by-elections for Emurua Dikir constituency in Narok, Poro ward in Samburu, and Endo ward in Elgeyo Marakwet. Emurua Dikir seat fell vacant following the death of Member of Parliament Joanna Ngeno following a helicopter crash on the 20th of February 2026 in Mosop sub-county, Nandi County. Poro ward also was left vacant following the passing of MCA Patrick Lettre on December 28, 2025, while undergoing treatment at Samburu County Referral Hospital after short illness. Polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and will close at 5 p.m. with any lost time will be compensated at the end of the day. Voters already in queue by closing time will be allowed to exercise their right. Matatu operators along Thika Superhighway have decried harassment and extortion by rogue individuals known as Kamagera, urging the government to intervene. Matatu operators claim they are forced to surrender a huge part of their daily earnings to the gang, failure to which they are subjected to unwanted attacks.
Kamagera wanatudhulumu sana kuanzia hapa mwiki 17 kwenda Maji Mazuri, Garage, Kamotene hadi Hunters.
Vijana wanasema wataki kuona gari za MNK kwa hiyo stage, of which sijui ni nini inaendelea kwa ground.
Ni mtu nilikuwa na drop hata si kubeba. Hao jamaa hao Kamagera alitokea na kuanza kunipiga, nikimuuliza nini tunasumbuana. Ananiuliza usiushuke, usibaki hapo ujue je tunaulizana.
Sasa kunitoka nyumba wamekuja kama wamenipangilia, wamenioga kichwa, wakanigogea hapa nikaanguka chini.
Yaani ukibeba watu wawili wanataka uachie mbao na wabebe huyo mtu na mbao. Sasa unaona, sasa huwezi kuna kazi, pesa yenyewe tunapata ni kidogo sana.
Na ile kodi unaitishwa pale haiendi kwa serikali, inaenda kwa mtu binafsi. Usipompea ako na kisu.
Kuna watu wengi sana wamejaza maobi kwa mfuko. Unaona? Na polisi wafanyi kitu.
Financial sector expert Andrew Kibe says poor financial literacy among adults is largely a generational problem caused by the failure to teach children about money management from an early age. Kibe argues that children are instead exposed to a culture of consumption through advertising and daily habits, shaping spending behaviors that persist into adulthood and contribute to financial struggles.
What do kids observe growing up? We have been raised up with a society that for some reason devastates, it discourages from teaching the subject of money to children. So I wanted to understand the logic behind that. And what dawned on me was the failure to introduce our children to the subject of money.
Yes.
We become blind to this fact. They are constantly being exposed to consumption every day by this world. So by default, the thinking of our children from a very young age start associating money with consumption.
Yes.
And that is repeated on a daily basis. You can imagine a parent who comes in the evening with groceries.
Yes.
That's a message you're sending to your child. In fact, they say kids learn more from what they observe than what you tell them.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? We're just about to finish this particular beautiful day, but we're going to finish in style today because we want to have a very interesting conversation about the Africa Forward Summit, the hits and the misses. We do have Moses Nyanduga with us in the studio. He's a student leader at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Musa, karibu tena sana huku Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Hii sio mara yako ya kwanza. Wewe ni mwenyeji huku. Hata unajua mahali chai iko. Nimeona mpaka umeingia, kuna mahali umeingia kwa ofisi za watu huko ukawasalimia. Sijui kama ni kuro niitishe huko. But nonetheless, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Before we talk about the Africa Forward Summit. there's this conversation around Higher Education Loans Board that I'm sure you've had members of the opposition really saying that it's not working. Among other things, you know, they speak about SHA, they talk about capitation for even schools, they talk about kuna kitu ingine wanashinanga wakisema inanipotelea. But tuanze tu na hii ya Higher Education Loan Board.
Yes.
Because you're a student leader, you said you're now in your last semester.
My last semester, yes.
Wow. But then, Moses unasoma nini?
Bachelor of Science in Agriculture.
Yes. Wewe ni mkulima?
Mimi ni mkulima.
Ama unasomea ukulima yani?
Nasomea ukulima.
Haya.
Naam.
Okay. Mambo ya Higher Education Loans Board, yes. The new funding model. You know, mimi nimetoka kwa ile model ilikuanga before hii.
Yes.
Na mimi niliona ikifanya tu kazi vizuri, tulikuwa tuna apply, tunapatiwa.
Yes.
Wanafunzi wanapata help saizi?
Yeah, wanapata.
Right.
But still there is a mix up between the old funding model and the new funding model.
What mix up?
The kind of a mix up in that there are some of the courses which goes up to 6th year or 5 years in total. The old funding model is still in place, and but I'm the last person, or my cohort is the last group experiencing it. From first years to third years currently,
yes,
that the ones in the old funding model. There is a difference.
Which year? From
first years to third years. The reason being
current first years
and third years
wako kwa the last one,
wako kwa the
previous
funding,
or the new one. Nimekuelewa.
Then we the fourth years, the fifth years and sixth years, na wale wenye wamemaliza we are in the old funding model.
Okay.
But now the difference is this: the old funding model was emphasizing much more on cause of placement rather than financial need of the student.
Come again?
The old funding model was focusing on placement, the course placement, rather than financial need. This means,
could you explain it a little bit more, please?
Yes.
Kumaanisha kama sasa mimi nilea nikafanya biotechnology.
Yes, true.
Ilikuwa inaangalia mbuvu anafanya biotechnology, so tutamlipia fees according to biotech.
Yeah, so you find a situation, that's a good example. In a biotechnology class, you are 30 students pursuing that course. All of you were to pay the same amount of money. For instance, if it is 30,000, then it is flat 30,000, flat rate for every student.
Okay.
But now in the new funding model, they're not doing it that way. They're saying, we have a student in this class maybe whose parent is a head teacher or a principal of a certain school, another one whose parent is a pilot. They treat them differently based on financial muscle
ability
of the family.
Yes.
Now, this is now the advantage and disadvantage of the new funding
of the muscle.
The problem is, you see, like in high school.
I'm sorry.
When you were joining let me say Form 1,
yes,
you knew very well, for example, I'm a student at Maranda High School or maybe Starehe. We come from different backgrounds. But now you joining university, you expected all of you to be treated equally. But now in the new funding model, you sit in a class whereby a student is expected to pay 100,000, while another student in the same course, the same year, the same class, is expected to pay 20,000.
Okay.
You see the difference? We have 5 bands in the new funding model. The first 2 are for very vulnerable students. Band 3, I'll call it not that vulnerable and not that from a rich background.
Okay.
Niapo katikati.
Moses.
Yes.
Give us examples. When you say vulnerable,
yes,
is it possible to explain and give an example of a student
of who would be who's a vulnerable student?
Yes, and who is just a bit vulnerable and not very vulnerable?
Yes.
What that student would represent?
Yeah. Now, when you join the university, they do have they collect data on fiscal ability of the family. Like you'll fill a form to tell them, for example, my father is an engineer, something like that. Now, based on the data and based on your past history matters a lot, because when you fill the section of your background in high school studies, they also ask, was your parent maybe the sole funder of your education in high school,
yes,
or even primary? Upon realizing that, they now categorize this student as this student may be a total orphan or somebody whose parents are jobless. Then they place him under band 1.
Okay.
Then they go again and say, this parent, yes, he comes from a family where maybe the 2 parents are jobless, but we've had information that maybe his brother is a medical doctor.
They had the information from who?
Because you collect data. When you join, you even give them the information about other family members.
Okay, so that form asks you about other family members.
Yes.
And they also ask you about the economic status of these relatives.
So this is another means testing.
Yes. This is a means testing.
Yeah. They do everything. They collect every possible data about your family, anything finance is related. Then now when they place you, the problem here, majority of the students questioning the system, we have two reasons. You find a situation whereby a student should be placed in band 1 because the parents are not in a position to even cater for even the rent or the upkeep or any other.
Huyu ana maso kabisa.
Huyu ana maso lako chini kabisa.
Moja kidogo.
Yes.
At the time they were filling the form, is it likely that the parents were able to, and by the time they are joining, now the parents don't have...
Are unable.
Yes.
Not really. When you fill the form, you fill the real data. But now when you have the information from the Ministry of Education under such placement, it's when now they raise the eyebrows. They say, this is the information I got. This is the information I presented to the ministry during my application. But the result I got is totally inimical from my expectation. When I filled the form, I said to them, I'm a total orphan. My parents, all of them are jobless. We have other siblings. Maybe I'm the firstborn. The others are also just maybe not even in school, are school dropouts. But now when they place me even in band 4, where you find a situation whereby somebody whose mother is a nurse or maybe the father is an engineer, you guys are being treated equally.
Ama baba yake ni CT Muga.
Yes. And now they work with a lot of assumptions. You see, as a student, you are 18 years and above.
Yes.
The Constitution defines you as an adult at that stage. But now they assume that at age 18, you are still fully under your parents' supervision. Do you know we have some of the families in this country, once you attain the age of 18, whether you are a school-going child or not, you are being treated as an adult.
Yeah.
And even they send you out, they just say, tumesaidia kutosha.
Yeah.
Just to go out, wewe pia jipanga. So they work on a lot of assumptions. And we as the student, the problem we have, we are born differently. We come from different financial backgrounds.
True.
I think it will be better if we can be treated equally.
Regardless.
Yeah, like the one we had in the old funding model.
Okay.
Like me in my course, we used to pay, even currently we pay semester 1, 33,000, semester 2, 30,000.
Okay.
It's a flat rate for every student. So I think the last mishap or the last problem with the model is that in our learning institution, sometimes you go online and find a situation whereby a university has even a debt of more than 8 billion.
Yes.
You ask yourself, this is a public university. Why 8 billion debt? It is because the government capitation, most of the time they don't send it on time, leading to the university to sign some of the pacts, agreement and collaboration with some of the international governmental organizations or even NGOs.
Yeah, or even just businesses.
Because even in JKUAT, when you go there, you'll find a lot of research being sponsored by several NGOs. And you ask yourself, is the government of Kenya not in a position to even sponsor a research which is working on vegetables which can be grown in arid and semi-arid lands of the Republic? So there is a problem in that. The debt situation in our public universities is not out of mismanagement, it's not out of laziness, corruption, no. It is because of the government.
Do you think there's an over-reliance? Because the government sees JKUAT now having these collaborations with maybe JICA, having collaborations with Koika ile ya Korea, UNDP. So wanaona bwana si watu wanajiweza. Mbona tunangangana na hii shule na they actually we are interfering if we get in there with our funds. And like nyendeleni. Yeah, because I saw that a lot at Kenyatta University where I studied. I am at the time the VC was Professor Olive Mugenda. Professor Olive alikuwa na shinanga majumba aweze kutafuta do. Akienda China anarudi na mabilioni sijui ngapi. Akienda Japan anakuja na pesa zingine mwenda. Akienda US on a serious note. Akienda US she comes back, and that is how when I joined Kenyatta University we didn't have that new library, but when I left it was there. Kenyatta University Hospital, she's the one who looked for the funds to construct that particular institution, and many other things that I'm forgetting right now since I left there very many years ago. But you get what I mean?
Yes, I get.
If the government sits down and the government sees Professor Mugenda is doing her thing, atasema banase mbona mnangangana huko? Focus on other things.
You see, moving what happens, it's not over reliance on national government on funding issues. The problem the Kenyan government made was one. We had few well-managed, established universities.
Yes.
But the moment the government came up with the rule whereby they just establish universities anyhowly, you see, they'll go to a certain county, then they say, because we need your vote, let me establish a university here. I think we're supposed to go the China way. In China, or even in Cuba, we don't have universities being contracted. By the way, you just go to Nairobi CBD,
yes,
you find a university campus, a satellite campus, in one of the buildings,
yes.
Even within 2 floors, there is no football pitch. They are just there novices. In the name of establishing universities. Universities having a population of less than 1,000 students. These are jokes. What we are supposed to have as a country is this. If we have a capitation or a budget allocation of 200 billion for our higher education, let us reduce these universities. Some of them can be good national hospitals. Those buildings can be converted into wards, hospital wards in some of the universities. Let us even have 15 universities well distributed across the country. If you go to JKUAT, let Kenyans understand you as either an agricultural scientist or an engineer. Let us be research-based institutions.
So you're saying that universities should focus on their core business.
On their core business. So that
instead of having 75 courses in one university.
Competencies.
Competence.
Thank you.
Yes. So that if you go to JKUAT, somebody akisikia tuko JKUAT atajua this is either an engineer or maybe an agricultural scientist. If you go to University of Nairobi, they'll identify you as maybe a medical doctor, a lawyer, or even a teacher. For that case. But a situation whereby you go to the university, you have a college of agriculture, health, engineering. Why can't we have few purely managed universities with adequate collaboration and adequate funding?
I agree with you, Moses. I honestly do, because and it's a conversation we've actually had here several times. That, you know, that specialization.
Yes.
The way people know Oxford is for this. Harvard, I mean, they have
MIT.
Lakini unajuanga hii ukienda huko bwana huyu anatoka pale hivyo akiwa in this particular space. So yeah, I like that particular idea. So the university funding model, do you think that perhaps things will change? Have you heard of conversations? Because all we hear from the media perspective is complaints.
Yeah, I think it shall change and things will change, but not now. The reason is this. You see, when you have a government which doesn't listen to the people, that's the biggest problem. Students have had several sections and various summits with key government experts. I remember in JKUAT in 2024 September, we had a live where even it was being hosted by even Kenya Media Association. They were there, Media Council. We had a discussion with some of the officials from the Ministry of Education on the same issue we are just talking about here. But they told us we'll sit down and do it. They went to University of Nairobi, did the same. They went to KU.
Wait, who was doing these rounds? The ministry?
The Ministry of Education.
Okay.
The PS.
The PS was there.
The PS was there.
Okay.
So we've had several summits, and I'll call them a bunch of rubbish. Because you just use state resources to travel from your office to maybe as far as Turkana University in Turkana County. You rally the student and lecturers. 1 month from that point, lecturers will go on strike. 1 month at that time, students will strike because there is no capitation being sent to them. Help is delaying. So I think that time they're spending, by the way, to waste government resources, people's tax, to move in those high-end vehicles to these universities. Let them sit down with other research panelists to chart the way forward. But we as the students, we rejected the new funding model. Just the same way we rejected the 2024 finance bill. And that was the last option.
Nikikuwa president mbele yako, but wewe unakaa utakuwa mbele yangu. Nitakufanya ukuwe minister wa education.
Thank you.
CS wa education. Ndio uweze kulainisha hii mambo. Haya, alafu uta-advise watu wa agriculture pia kidogo.
Naam.
Finance bill of 2026. I have seen this thing trending online. I don't know whether it is a serious trend. They're talking about reject finance bill. Have you seen some of the proposals within that particular finance bill, and are you in agreement with them?
I'll just say this. I've not read through all the provisions in the financial bill, but I've come through a few of them, like the one for increasing the levy, 25% for mobile gadgets. I'll say it is people's friendly, yes, But the problem me personally have had with all this finance bill is one. It is not people-centered.
Okay.
It is not people-centered. I believe when we work on a budget,
yes,
we are supposed to consider some of the key factors and key sectors. Should I be a president tomorrow, the first thing I'll do, even when it comes to budget implementation, sitting out to chart everything,
yes,
I'll ensure agriculture sector is fine so that my people can eat.
Okay.
If you go to our hospitals,
yes,
more than half of the diseases being treated there are because of nutritional deficiency in our bodies. We can reduce the budget of health by improving the agriculture sector so that our people can have quality, nutritious, healthy and adequate food for all.
I agree.
I will promote the Ministry of Education. Education can be free in this country.
Yes.
The highest expenditure or the biggest expenditure in our budget is corruption. That is why every time you wake up, 11 billion talanta imenda. Any time you wake up, airport, a lot of messes. So I believe I'll take my time to go through that provision fully.
Okay.
But for the few I've seen, especially the online, the problem with other Kenyans is that we have a lot of online terrorists in the name of bloggers. Somebody believes because I'm from this community, if my political leader says it that way, then I should just follow it blindly.
Irregardless.
Irregardless.
Like
if you're a member of parliament,
yes,
you believe because I was elected on a UDA ticket, every proposal by President William Ruto or majority leader, I have to follow.
Okay.
We should sit down as a country, have this conversation, and think differently. It's only through that way we can even move a little bit as a country. But without that, we'll continue to complain. Even 40 years from now, we'll be here complaining.
Moses, since you have begun on this tack of having an honest conversation,
yes,
do you think the formation of our budget is done independently, or do we have influences on that in that process of budget making?
We have influences, both internal and external. Like the other day, we saw President Ruto signing 11 agreements with the French president. That is also an influence. The other time we were talking about IMF, we were talking about the World Bank. We have a problem with the post-colonial era in our country and the general continent of Africa. We've been made, let me say, by the way, this is suffering by design. Somebody sitting in Manhattan in New York wants to control whatever you consume here, whatever news you consume, whatever you are fed on, and everything.
Bro, they even control the price of our coffee that they don't grow.
Yeah. So somebody is sitting somewhere. When we talk about budget formulation, if it's possible, then we should move with a jet-like speed to ensure everything is based on the interests of the people.
Okay.
I don't want to wake up maybe one of the days seeing my children suffering because of an agreement President Ruto made with French president.
Okay.
At the end of the day. So when it comes to budget, it's out of political influence and economic influence. We have some of the donors. If you have the budget to say, we can raise this out of our own revenue. But then we have to borrow this. From this person you borrow from, or this, especially the Western world, the France, the Britain, the USA, the Germany, where we borrow a lot of our cash, or even the Eastern, the tiger countries, you find a situation whereby before even borrowing, they already predetermine whatever you'll do with this loan, the contractors, and everything. So it's a problem.
So we have a governance expert in the room, Stella Agara. Stella, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you for having me.
You found Moses here talking about the Africa Forward Summit, some of the things that happened. Maybe you can just give us the highlights of the conversations that happened between Kenya and France.
I don't know if I want to give you highlights more than I want to express my displeasure in the fact that Kenya offered to host that meeting. Part of the reason why I'm expressing my displeasure is the fact that as a tax justice practitioner, I have for many years been having conversations about the role that the French nation has played in
West Africa?
Not West Africa, but in most of Central and West Africa.
Okay.
At least 14 of their colonies are still under the influence, practically economic colonial influence of France. And so for me, I don't celebrate France, one, as a colonizer at all. Nobody celebrates any colonizer, but secondly, as a partner. And having said that, I'll say that one of the greatest things that happened is that money was being spent in our jurisdiction. So because we had guests, we had people coming in to spend resources, but that could be practically the only thing that we're gaining out of this relationship. Why am I saying that? Look at most of the countries, especially that France colonized. Very few of them have anything to show for themselves after very many years. You may actually go on to say that maybe they don't know how to govern themselves, and they should have stayed with their colonizer. But you discover that there are certain undercurrents that are defined very well in script and in documents and agreements that France has signed with them. 14 nations out of the ones that they colonized are still paying colonial tax to the government of France to the tune of 400 to 500 billion every year. Some of them, yes, colonial tax until today, because France declared that they built certain infrastructure in their countries, just like the British built some things here in Nairobi. And so for that reason, they said they must pay them for those. A century ago, they are still paying to date for the construction and whatever it is that France built in their countries. I don't even think they had invested much in those countries.
But how is that the fault of France?
It is the fault of France because most of them are not in those agreements voluntarily. France, first of all, made a decision that they must all use the same currency, which they call the CFA franc, and then...
Actually, no. If you look at the history of the Francophone countries, at independence, what you said was a suggestion. The president then was a guy called... I'm told the name is Charles de Gaulle. It's called Charles de Gaulle.
But in France it says Charles. You've got to say Charles. But yes, proceed, please.
It is documented that a choice was given to these countries to get independence and be under France, or to get independence and be apart from France. Only one country chose the apart option. Okay, being part of it meant that the central bank of the country was in France. The parliament that they attended was in France. They were essentially a state of France. Now, they made a choice to take their country in that direction at independence. The British form of colonization was different from the French.
Absolutely.
Then they had understood Kitambo, that to rule these Africans, you get the Africans to rule themselves, to rule them. You control the people who rule them, yes, but let them feel that they're actually in charge, okay? They also lent us money as Kenya to pay off the settlers. I don't think we finished paying that money. So the point you make is a valid one. I'm simply pointing out that a choice was made at independence, and it was a very costly choice.
City, I agree with you that a choice was made at independence. But as soon as those countries started suffering from buyer's remorse, they made decisions to elect different leaders who were actually going to bring development to their countries. I think some of them were fundamentally different.
Like which one?
But then, before we talk about like which one, but then once you proceed to even suggest that you're going to pull away from this agreement now, France comes in to interfere. France comes in to attack the different presidents.
They will overthrow the government.
And they will overthrow the government.
Yes.
So for me, before I have the conversation about the choice or not, one of the things that I normally consider is the fact that the person they left behind at the end of colonization may not necessarily have been the most intelligent person. They were just beginning to interact with...
Are you not making an excuse for these people?
I'm not making an excuse for them. One of the things we must talk about, CT, is the fact that there are certain undercurrents post-colonization and during colonization that I never acknowledged whenever we start having a conversation about whether Africa is going to develop or not. And for me, ignoring those foundations means ignoring certain factors that continue to disqualify or discredit those nations without them being given a fair chance at even starting a development.
When a chance is given in such matters, the colonizer knew what they wanted. They were clear. That's why the colonizer even opened an education system where people whom they thought they could work with got an education at their expense in their jurisdictions. So they were already influenced. They were already pro the colonizer anyway. So you've had the education, you've been to their country. So when they talk to you, you more or less speak the same language. 60 years down the line, that argument does not hold water.
It still stands. Let's go to Cote d'Ivoire.
It stands. The blame is squarely on those people of Cote d'Ivoire, because they came to a point where they believed that their capital was the Paris of Africa. Unaona? Now, when colonization has seeped into your system to the point where you actually recognize yourself as being part of the culture of the colonizer, that's what the colonizer is doing his bit.
But I've seen the capital of Cote d'Ivoire. It's
I would contend the capital of Cote d'Ivoire is still new. By the way, they moved it from Abidjan to Yamoussoukro.
Okay,
so it's still new. But you see, when you have a man who has been selected for you externally and is made your president severally through a process that has nothing to do with you, and then that very man is being used by the same French government to interfere with the neighboring countries, including Burkina Faso. One of the things you must ask yourself is, does that country truly have power to rule itself right now, or they're still being controlled from outside?
So that we understand each other going forward. This position I'm taking, I'm actually not going to move from it. Yes.
and this position I'm taking, I'm also not going to move from it.
Okay.
Because my interest is Africa.
Okay.
So if you have Alassane Ouattara still supporting the French government to attack Burkina Faso for whatever reason, and I know there's a problem there. As a continent, we have agreed through the AU that we want constitutional change of government, right? No, to constitutional change of government. We agreed to it.
So through, you mentioned something through
the AU, yes. Constitutional change of government. They prefer constitutional change of government. But in the event, yes. But
the AU, who have the headquarters which was built for them by China.
By China, yes.
And who have their function administration supported by the EU.
Absolutely.
That AU.
That AU is the one that has agreed on unconstitutional change of government, right? And I know their weaknesses. Once you have agreed on that, if it doesn't work, a few countries have ended up having coups. Now, Burkina Faso has found a leader that they love. If they didn't love him by now, he'd be gone, because the attacks are coming from everywhere. And then Alassane Ouattara is being used to support the attacks on Burkina Faso.
Yes,
would even let them be with that leader of theirs for at least 4 years. We see there's going to be a difference without interference.
Moses, I want to bring in Moses into this convo.
And when we come back, maybe talk about Cameroon as well, because France has planted someone there as well.
Sure. What are your thoughts about the Africa Forward Summit?
I'll say there's a movie, City. Today, Comrade Mugabe and Kwame Nkrumah.
Yes.
Those are the two people I regard mostly in this political history of the continent. Today, we'll be turning in their grave, listening to my fellow comrade, reasoning but not objectively. And that is why, this is the reason as to I'm saying that. Even as we blame France, we must also identify our role in our self-emancipation. Why blame France? Even me personally, I don't agree with all this. I mean, it's just a waste of money, as I said. You use billions flying maybe from Nigeria, people like Tinubu, to come and sleep in KICC while the meeting is
speak kindly about another nation's leader, Tafadhali.
Yes.
No, but he's talking of an observation that he saw.
Speak kindly of an older citizen.
It's an observation
of the continent.
Alilala ama hakulala?
It was just sleeping.
Okay.
But I'm sorry for that.
Was he the only one sleeping?
Not really. Many of them.
So why are you picking on him?
Even Nigerians walisema alilala. Now, so, you are saying
we have a problem because the colonial masters have mastered on how to emancipate Africa differently. I'll talk about emancipation differently. Because in 1960s, Malcolm X talked about the house Negro and the field Negro. Our leaders are a category of people where you can place them under the house Negro, while we the people were the field Negros.
Okay.
At a time when we can't go to school, we can't have an access to quality medical services. For them, they feel safe in the hands of the colonial masters. All our resources. I believe the French, or the France co-hosting the Africa Forward Summit was not just in any way that way. It was so intentional. We must just recognize that France as a country has lost a good grip in West and Central Africa, and they're trying to find new allies, especially in the East Africa.
Okay.
Like, if I may ask, what is 800 French troops doing in Kenya?
Are they 800?
800.
Okay.
And
who has counted them?
It was reported 800 reached Mombasa in the month of April.
Okay. Did they come by ship?
Yes, 3 warships.
All right. So when they came, did the warships go back?
Yeah, yes.
They dropped them and then they went
back. Dropped them. Then they were saying.
This is what I'm questioning because when you have a military pact with the nation, they will visit your shores.
True.
Very many nations come with their warships here. Very many nations come with their battleships here. They visit the country and they go back with these people. This is the point. So when I ask, is there evidence? Because I am aware, we had a conversation here where someone was telling us that the British have 30,000 troops in Kenya. I don't know one. Surely. 30,000.
Okay, so 800 are in Kenya, or they came and they left?
800 are in Kenya.
They are currently
saying he doesn't have evidence to support that view. He read it somewhere. He did not interrogate it. The good mind that he has taken it hook, line, and sinker. Okay, since you know they are in Kenya, where are they exactly?
They said they are training together with the KDF when they came. It is something in
so they could be in Langata barracks, they could be in Kahawa barracks.
Now the problem I have with this, the military cooperation between Kenya and France is one. You see, it usually starts like this. A time is coming when now they demand that they set their military base in Kenya. And that will be the hardest time to even free ourselves. Once a foreign government sets up a military base in your country,
yes,
you see what's happening in Middle East. And they are our brothers, by the way. We have been in the same struggle.
With whom?
What's people like Iran, the people, Islamic Republic of Iran. The fact is, and we must just agree on this, city.
Why must we agree?
US and their allies
Can you finish his point?
They're causing atrocities in Iran and other Middle East countries.
Yes,
a situation whereby a few countries want to control the global economic system. The other day they were talking about financial independence in Africa. How can we talk about financial independence while Francophone countries, some of them, still print their notes in France, in Paris? How can we talk about technology and transport while the same minerals we expect to promote our development sector, our industrialization, are being looted by some Western colonizers?
Yes.
So when we talk about this, we must reason. The other time I heard President Macron saying that the true Pan-African revolutionaries. You heard him talking about that?
I did.
How can you yourself talk about being a Pan-African revolutionary while you lead a civilization which colonized, which enslaved, which tortured, and which killed several Africans?
Moses, because they are not stuck in the past like we are.
Let me just
I started by telling you they are clear about the agenda they have. Very clear. If that conversation is curated to further their interests, this one is not complicated.
Yes.
You were doing well when you talked about us and the responsibilities we must take. And I'm going to explain why I'm asking this question. They didn't just colonize countries in Africa. They colonized countries in the Far East. Okay? How is it that these guys have managed to get a semblance of something that they're doing on their own? And yet they also colonize. What have they done? Their leaders at the time of independence had also been educated in some of these countries that colonized them. The thinking of colonization, imperialism had a certain process to it. It was almost scientific. And part of the reason why it was scientific is they had practiced what they were meting out to the colonies among their neighbors.
True.
Like the British had practiced with the Welsh, the Irish, the Scots. By the time they were coming here, they had practiced it beautifully. They knew exactly what to do. So now, when we have a conversation about what you're saying, bring the armed forces.
Yes.
Do you know the country on this continent of Africa which has the most military bases from very many different countries? Djibouti.
Yes.
My friend, every country that wants a military base has a military base.
Even China.
What you are discussing about this cooperation didn't start with President
Macron.
No. Macron came in 2018. Signed 30-year pact with Uhuru then. Do you know even the details of those pacts? All these pacts always come with military assistance in one way or the other. Since Trump started doing the things he's doing and saying the things he's doing, Europe has more or less started trying to be independent.
True.
But what is bothering them, there's something called TICAD, the Tokyo Investment Conference on Africa. The Japanese started this all Africa thing. Yes, the Chinese followed. They took very many African presidents to China, okay?
Even India.
Every country now wants to have their own form of TICAD. Why? The reasons we all know, the ones we speak of. So what we are saying and we are damning, to me, is the best opportunity we've had. Because it is patently obvious that there's competition for the continent and there is something they want. Now, what are we doing with the opportunity?
To buttress the point you said earlier on, yes, we have 800 troops. I've checked, I've confirmed with BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, and then of course our local media. So they're here. And they're going to be here for.
What are they doing here?
Training according to the reports that I
training with our people, like the athletes train in Kapsabet.
These forces arrived via naval ships for joint training exercises within the Kenya Defence Forces, focusing on maritime security and counter-terrorism.
Okay, do you know how many of such activities we have with other military?
No, we were just confirming what he said.
I think what we need to recognize here is that we are not saying that Africa has no blame. But the starting point, I'm telling you, CT, is France. Because most of the people who are in agreements with France are not in agreements with France willingly. They will either twist your arm economically, the 14 nations that are still paying colonial tax to date. Their arms are being twisted because they all have to spend using the CFA franc. They all have to pay colonial tax to France. Sometimes, as France is appropriating those resources, they can't even access them the way they should. And so they have to take loans on their own resources. What France claims to be doing is stabilizing their resources. Why don't you allow our central bank in Benin to stabilize their own resources and try not to fund war in those countries? If you try to resist, look at what is happening to Traore. Look at what is happening to Assimi Goïta in Mali. As a matter of fact, in Mali, if you check the Tuareg rebels, what they keep on saying is they want France to be brought in to come and negotiate a better arrangement for their country. When Mali is saying for the first time, let us govern ourselves, what have they lost? They've lost access to gold in Mali. They've lost access to uranium in Niger. They've lost access to massive amounts of gold in Burkina Faso. And unfortunately, every leader before that, we know, for example, about Burkina Faso, who tried to even suggest that they're going to take care of their people, do better education, actually a local education, were killed. And so for me, France is not a good friend. That's what I'm saying. So even if it's an opportunity, don't even assume it's an opportunity.
Is it possible?
There are many other friends who are trying to be friends with Africa. China is one of them, and they're also doing China-Africa Summit. Everyone is doing a summit, and I agree with City on that. But the question then is, now if you come back home, why are we having those conversations with them as underdogs? Why are we negotiating with them as underdogs, considering that this continent, first of all, from those 14 nations, is losing 400 to 500 billion USD. This continent is using 90 B in IFFs, illicit financial flow.
Who decides that we are the underdog?
Of course, it's our governments that decide. Not necessarily underdogs. It's actually not our governments, and it's not our people. I won't say it's Africans. I will say it is leaders who are elected who have poor self-esteem. I don't know how safe I am in this studio, and I really don't care about being safe. But I think one of the people with low self-esteem that is negotiating their country away is the president of Kenya. I don't know why he
think the other presidents have been better.
No, I don't think so. I've just started with him. I have a whole list. I have a whole list. I've just started with him.
I have a view. I have a view.
You have a view?
Yeah, and perhaps because maybe it's vitu mimi ndio sizionangi venye mnaziona. Is it possible that, you see, like I have exes and they probably say I'm the worst, but if they were to be asked by anybody, should I date movie, atasema huyo wachana anakuanga hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, si ndio? The same way we're saying France wanakuanga hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi because they have dealt with the Sahel region, West Africa, Central Africa, and perhaps ni ukweli, and we can see actually certainly perhaps ukweli, they have not been very good friends, right? But maybe they have learned something, and them coming to Kenya, maybe their behavior will change. That maybe the way I was a bad boyfriend to someone, but right now the one that I'm with right now, na akiulizwa anasema this is the guy.
For the time.
Movie, not France. Not France. Let me tell you who's learned. Italy has learned. If you've been listening to Prime Minister Meloni, she has had many conversations about ensuring that, first of all, we stop IFFs. He's saying stop talking about aid to Africa and start having a conversation about letting them govern themselves, letting them use their resources and giving them an opportunity at development. Germany maybe has not talked about allowing us to keep what is ours, but at least they're having conversations about hosting those who are, let's call it overflowing from Africa, but those who get on boats in Libya and are dying at sea just to get to Europe to get a lifeline. They allow them to come in and sit because they're saying, you know what, we robbed them at some point. So they should have an opportunity to live. If they get here, they shouldn't be thrown back in the water so that they can be eaten by the crocodiles, you know? There are some countries that have learned. The US may not be interested in learning happening. And Marco Rubio's recent statements will confirm that they have no interest. As a matter of fact, as far as is concerned, we should go back to colonization. But then if you look at countries like France, the word is incorrigible, irredeemable.
There's that word, yes.
Incorrigible, irredeemable. Look at all the exes. Movie, you're better. At least one of the exes will say he used to buy me flowers and he bought me a car. France, you cannot find one nation that they colonized that will say they were bought for flowers or a car. If it was bought, it was taken just before they broke up. Look at the economic states of the Sahel. All of them are currently facing one coup after the other. Burkina Faso, they count 18 in a year. Assimi Goita right now cannot rest. If it was not for Russia defending the interests of Mali, right now their government would not be in power. They had started trying to take over from Timbuktu, from Gao, from Kidal, as they are coming towards the city. When they came close to the seat of power, Russia came in, and because the forces that are fighting actually touched the bases of Russia, then now they decided that we are now going to go out and fight, because now you've touched us. We are no longer defending these people, but defending our interests in this country. The scramble and partition for Africa is happening afresh. Unfortunately, self-esteem issues in the president of Kenya, self-esteem issues in the president of Nigeria, self-esteem issues in different presidents, including the president of South Africa, who had started pushing back on the US, and all of a sudden, after a little bit of bullying,
but
he fell in line. He fell in line. So I'm talking about bullying. Bullying by different leaders. US will bully you. The UK will find ways of bullying you, especially economically. France will kill you. Look at them imposing a leader in Cameroon who is 91, 92, whatever that 90 is, unable to speak, does not even know, he's not even aware of his surrounding. There is nothing wrong.
Is that not a good thing?
It's not a good thing. Why would you have a leader who's not even aware of the deals that he's signing?
Asumbui watu.
And how they do it is by funding military action to prevent the people of Cameroon from even voting. Some of the conflicts that Cameroon is having, actually one of the biggest conflicts that Cameroon citizens are having right now, is a battle between the Anglophone and the Francophone. Sitting will say, why are we blaming France for it?
No. That particular issue in Cameroon didn't start yesterday.
It didn't. And the truth is, a part of the population has been, brainwashed to think that it's more superior to speak in French, and therefore they own the country. But the bottom line is that conflict exists from a colonial history we cannot ignore.
So the point I'm making here is this, this same France we speak of, and more so Paris, was once considered the center of the free world, in the sense that it is where people who had artistic expressions to export could go to when they couldn't do so in their own country. Okay? Because of their process of assimilation, somebody could leave their country and be a Frenchman proudly. Okay? You could be as black as tar and you'd be a French person. The unfortunate thing, history has caught up with them, and they're facing the same problem the rest of Europe is facing. They have an aging population. Now, we who come from this continent understand that it is important to populate wherever it is that you live. So we are actually very many.
We're doing a good job.
Yeah, fantastic. And hakuna breki. So there's a generation that has come in that doesn't understand their history well and understand how all these many people came in. So people like Le Pen and her nationalist parties now have a foothold. But it's not just her. Europe has that uprising where people who present themselves as taking the national interests of the country, essentially it's just racist interests, they are being listened to. And the population that supports them is a younger population. Their education has not focused on history like ours did at some point. What am I saying? I am saying the French have always been pompous. The French have always thought they're better than everybody.
That's true.
They have fought in Europe because of that attitude. To understand it, you need to understand how their neighbors, the British, refer to them and how they okay? Their whole idea. It is how they are. Now, is it not incumbent upon us, when you are dealing with somebody, to understand them? See, they understand us. This really is my point. Should we not understand them? We didn't ask this person to come. They're the ones who wanted to come. And the reason is, in this day and age, in the information age, we all know why they're coming. West Africa is really difficult for them to manage right now. And part of the problem is this president who came here with his utterances, He and that Secretary of State of the US are not different. They say some of the craziest things, and you wonder what. No, seriously, you wonder. You mnasema anachoma.
Who approved this speech?
What on earth is this person talking about? We have a duty to ourselves to look after our interests. This is really my point. But we also have a duty to inform our people. And that's what we're doing now. We have this discussion so that we understand what the French have done with their colonies, and they've done some really genuinely horrible things. The only people who beat them are the Germans. When the Germans were in Namibia, this is 1905, there was no Jewish problem in Namibia. There were two groups, the Hamas and the Horera. Buana. They killed almost every one of these people. They didn't even apologize. They gave them 1.3 billion euros to be spent over 30 years in development. You know, this usual nonsense descriptions of what wants to be. Okay? The only people who seem to have apologized properly are the Dutch. Then their king just went and said, we're wrong. You know, he didn't, there are no ifs and buts.
Yes.
What am I saying? If you go to Holland now, they have the same sort of mixture of people coming from all over the world there. They don't have the problem that the French have. They have national parties, but they're not powerful or loud. You could argue that they learned. The Italians had a terrible experience with colonization. But their current prime minister has clarity that you can only compare with the Spaniards. The Spaniards are also very clear, and they were also horrible colonialists. Now, I would beg to ask this question: how do we look after our interest? Because at the end of the day, we are not going to stop these geopolitical arrangements and associations and so forth. How do we best look after our interest?
I think, City, the best thing we can do at the moment, number one, we must just agree that there is no colonial master which is better than the other. Their sole interest lies in the fact that they want to benefit at our expenses.
I agree.
But now, moving forward, I don't think Africans are ready to wait any longer. And that is why I'm so happy when I see some of the people's uprisings.
Which Africans?
We, the young people of the continent of Africa. Yes. In 2014, they made a decision that they were tired
You are an
with
indecisive
the
lot.
blaze of Burkina Faso. And the people just...
And you are an unproven lot.
How, City?
Too much talk.
You
This
see,
terrorism that you're talking about in the internet.
the fact is, City, as much as we have some of the elements of terrorism in some of the African countries being promoted by young people, we must acknowledge the role they have played to shape the geopolitical activities in the continent of Africa and even globally. Within a span of 3 years, we have seen some of the young people rising in Kenya. We have seen that influence going to Bangladesh. We have seen in Burkina Faso, Senegal, and even currently in South Africa. I believe the situation in South Africa, whereby the real Africans in that country are being treated like second-hand citizens, it has an external hand from the Western world, whether living in South Africa or not. Africans are known to love peace, embrace unity, and to live like brothers and sisters. During the struggle for independence, we saw a situation whereby during the apartheid regime in South Africa, Zimbabweans performed a very great role. Tanzania, Mozambique, even Zambia. And these people have been neighbors.
Even Kenya, Bwana.
Yeah, even, but Tanzania did it better than Kenya.
They're nearer, Bwana.
Yes, and let me say even Kenya. We are known to unite as one people. But now, this issue of segmentation, the same way I said, the Western or the developed world has mastered the art of manipulation. They know how to play with ourselves. The easiest way to make somebody live long in captivity is just to make them never understand or never realize that in prison.
Permit me to interrupt you.
Yes.
Please.
And please don't move from the question.
Yeah,
Because I have some insights as well.
Okay, now then you're the guest. Please say what you wish to say.
I think I have a number of suggestions. One is that Africans must start being selfish. Because the reason why we are able to sit here and debate about why should we blame France is because France is taking care of their interests. The other day, when 2 years ago, when there was an attempted coup against Tshisekedi's government, there were 3 Americans who were arrested amongst the people who attempted that coup.
Yes.
The moment the US went the DRC went to talk to the US to protect them from Rwanda the other day, the first thing that the US did was to demand that those 3 people be released. They know very well they were caught in the crime, but they were released. They were brought to Nairobi, secured before the US started having any negotiations. Any country that cares about its people will protect them irrespective of whether they are found committing a crime in another nation. They will ensure that they secure them. If you need to punish them, if possible, come back and punish them at home.
Do you think if we had 3 assassins in America, wangeachiliwa?
Ingekuwa ngumu sana. And that's what I'm saying. Even this agreement that France has with Kenya for their military to not to be prosecuted if they commit any crimes, immunity basically, is not something they're going to enjoy in France. It is not something they're going to enjoy. How do we allow ourselves to get into those kinds of deals? We are not selfish enough, number one. Number two, the people who negotiate for us are too hungry. This I didn't learn here. I actually learned it when I was doing a tax railing campaign in Europe. The members of the EU Parliament kept on telling me, your people are willing to take bribes. Your people are willing to sit down and negotiate your countries away. So you can't tell us that we are negotiating poorly with your people and giving a bad deal when your people will not demand for what they need. Number 3, training our negotiators. Some, and maybe there's another caveat to this. Some of them, it's not because they don't have a love for the continent. It's because they don't know what they're negotiating about. For some of them, it's because of how we select who goes to negotiate. Our COP, Conference of Parties conferences on climate change, a majority of the time, most of the people who go there are cronies, girlfriends of whoever.
They have no clue.
No clue. So when negotiations are happening, they don't even know what debate is happening. They end up negotiating our countries out. They end up selling our countries. That is why you will find us, as a nation, for example, having a president who's deciding that seed farming, sharing of seeds and seed banking should be limited to foreign interests. That our seeds are now being banked in Svalbard in Norway. We will never have access to those seeds on doomsday, and yet Africans are the mothers and fathers of agriculture when it comes to indigenous
the ones that
agriculture.
The ones that are being banked, they are just being kept there safely, but there are those that are being protected.
No, who owns the interest to those seeds? If they all disappear, who owns the interest to those seeds?
That's more complex.
Acha ni washo mnafaa kuelewa kitu moja juu hizo seeds, juu hiyo ni kitu nimestudy. Hizo seeds ziko kule hivyo
for doomsday,
thank you, in very many words.
Now on the day, if doomsday comes today, do you know who has rights over the seeds?
Tell me.
It is the Norwegian
government.
Crops Trust. Of course, it's the Norwegian government. I think there may be some Swedish interests and some investors. I recently learned that Bill Gates is one of the biggest investors in that seed bank. He is also the same one who's promoting GMO agriculture, which means that indigenous seed is soon going to be impossible to plant in this region. On that day, my grandmother, who participated in culturing those seeds, will not have permission to even decide where the seed goes to. If the vaccines for COVID were anything to go by, it basically means the decision will be made for them to go to the strongest, the richest, and then come to us when there's something left over to be dumped.
Stella, it comes back to what we started off with, looking after our interest.
Yes. The last thing on looking after our interests is to make sure that we have punitive laws against anybody who negotiates our continent out to people and gives it up, especially if someone can manage to negotiate the interests of a good portion of the continent, like our president has done with having the Africa.
If I may. Paul, can you steal 2 minutes for us?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. You know, this discussion has enormous depth. And an hour is certainly inadequate to prosecute it. Nonetheless, the time that we have, I have been and I am of this opinion that because we do not hold our leaders to account, they get away with murder. It's my view. And that is my push against this discussion of, we must choose good leaders. We choose leaders who we think are good. We do it all the time. That's why we remove the ones we think are bad. But then we don't hold them to account. And when we delegate power, it's still power. We give them power. Now, unchecked power is bad.
It is everywhere.
Yes. And that's what we bequeath our leaders. And then we wonder why they're doing what they're doing. I'm blaming. We don't hold them to account. We don't.
I don't think it's unchecked power, because, for example, in Kenya we have a constitution that has checks and balances. We have a people who understand their constitution and they demand accountability. Then we have a leader who ignores court orders, ignores the law.
That's my point exactly.
Whatever he wants.
We focus on the wrong person.
Thank you. That I agree.
We focus. My MCA, who's my neighbor, is probably my cousin. That's a person I can hold to account very easily. If I hold that person to account, it means I can put pressure on the governor. If I hold my MP to account, first they'll help not coming home for some time, just wondering, but I know where he lives, I'll go and see him. Not to fight him, I'm not trying to burn his house. I'm simply saying, Chief, hii takataka gani hii unaleta hapa?
So, parting shot, lady and gentlemen, and I'll start with you, tumalizie na Stella. According to you, this thing that we held in the last 2 days, hiyo ilikuanga tu balderdash.
No, it is not.
And this
it
is my
not. Those decisions that are being made, they will affect your life. So you cannot just dismiss it as being nonsensical.
Yes. It is nonsensical when it comes to the productive side city. We must just agree that the same way I said, no colonial master is better than another one. They only have one interest, to benefit at the expense of you suffering. And I'll have to say this. The real development in Africa means Africans developing Africa for Africans. It is we who are supposed to be positively and being active when it comes to development of our continent.
Okay.
Africa has problems, and these problems will never be solved through summits, through conferences, signing agreements, protocols, and all other things. This is just a waste of time. For us to change the continent of Africa, we must make a solemn vow. We must change the information we consume. We must have the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And moving forward, I'll say just like Robert Mugabe said,
right,
that not even economic sanctions will stop us and hinder us from having the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Africa is for us, and it is you as an individual who is an African. Look around yourself, your social circle, and identify the role you can play, so that we can move forward.
Nobody can stop reggae, basically.
Thank you.
Stella.
I'm just going to continue adding on the list of things that I think we should do to negotiate for ourselves better. I think we need to love our countries and be more patriotic to our countries, and also love our neighbors. Some of the work that I have seen Gen Z doing in terms of demanding accountability from leaders, even across borders, is work that should continue. The work of defending good leaders in this continent is work that should continue. And we must, as a people, decide that the efforts that Muammar Gaddafi had started of saying that we need to close our borders, look at ourselves, decide what resources we have, sell to each other, and only open when we're ready to negotiate as a group, is something that we must continue. He was killed for that purpose. We must continue to sacrifice until that cause is met. He was also killed for demanding that those 14 nations that are receiving paying colonial tax stop paying colonial tax, and stop also buying arms that continue to finance arms in wars in their country. If we do not silence the guns in Africa, I don't know what else we are trying to do, because our enemies have discovered that if they provide us with guns, we will shoot each other. We need to stop that. Having said that, I truly have enjoyed my debut appearance at Radio Generation. Thank you for having me. We must also ensure that we stop electing leaders with self-esteem issues. Stop electing leaders who do not care about the continent and are ready to serve any interest out there. Kenya has a man who started his very first speech talking Pan-African. He went to the UN, was being celebrated by everyone when he made his inaugural speech. And then today, he's negotiating with the biggest oppressor. So we must check the heart, the core, the backbone and the bone marrow of every leader that we elect, to ensure that the Pan-Africanism agenda is not dropped. And those who continue to push the agenda of Pan-Africanism should not just push it on their own and sing liberation songs, but they should start speaking to Gen Z. Because if Gen Z don't know where we are coming from, they will negotiate us back
So you're
to
saying
where
we
we came
shouldn't
from.
sing, Stella?
No, we should sing and dance, but we should not allow Gen Z not to know what the song is and what the dance is.
Mheshimiwa, unataka kiti gani? All right, a big shout out to Orlando.
Ninaomba kura yako ya Nairobi.
Kura ndakupatia. Kaswisi amesema Mbuvi, with your past relationships examples, chill out. Bro, buckle up. More coming your way. Orlando, good morning. The Ivorian citizens ejected Babbo. And then we have DK, of course, saying France focused on creating two massive contiguous federations, that is French West Africa and French Equatorial Africa. Pan-economic revolution, one can't blame their adversary and competitor for treating them unfairly by insisting that they want to be considered as friends and brothers. Alafu Majoka ametumalizia akisema change will start happening when we shun their languages, but as long as we discuss our issues in their languages, we remain their servants. In those few remarks, Ben, au revoir. See you.
Reject the languages. Try that in Swahili sanifu.
Hawa niongee Kikamba. Tuona neone kwa agende.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested 3 suspects linked to a fraud scheme that siphoned more than 5.2 million Kenya shillings from the Public Trustee Administration Estate account under the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Investigations show the money was illegally transferred through 2 transactions into personal bank accounts using forged documents and fraudulent details. The suspect Geoffrey Kipkemoi Langat, Patrick Ngandu Nderitu, and Timothy Kipchumba Cheboy were arrested on May 13, 2026 as part of a wider probe involving 7 suspects. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has approved charges against all those linked to the scam, including conspiracy to defraud, stealing, forgery, and acquisition of proceeds of crime. 4 students have been taken into custody following a dormitory fire at Magereza Academy in Naivasha, Nakuru County. The fire, which broke out on Wednesday morning, destroyed part of the school dormitory, prompting the school board to close the institution indefinitely, pending investigations and repairs. According to Parents Association Chairman Lawrence Mogaka, the 4 students were arrested after CCTV